Oh, okay. I think I've worked out the design for the windows. Although I'll have to do a bit of digging. Right, need more plastic window, I think. So let's start with the ones we've done already. Cross the new ones. Why? Yeah, this has changed. I looked at it and I'm not really fond of it. I'm gonna go with 5 plastic tiers on this. I will have to cut the inside to do this. Work. Now let's get this junk out. To flash it up. Careful not to smash the other one. Yeah, I'll work this out. Lighting is going to be a massive flop. So, see what these all over walls. Yeah, these are not right. Have to be much stronger. Let me have a good look at this. Now, let's gather up this junk. That's what I need to be snapping on there directly on that. And make sure these are snapped correctly. Yeah. There. Right, let's put all this junk away for a moment. See if we can do this the way it should be done. Okay. I can see if this it will need some kind of your voice. How's that? How's that fighting there? Yeah, I had the volume turned down. Don't know how that happened. So, how have you been? And how's my audio? Perfect. Yeah, I have a plan for these windows, but it would need some kind of what's the word? Pelmet. Yeah, at the top. I'm not sure how it would look, but we'd have to drop it down a tad. But I think this would work out. So, how have you been finding her? Just getting into bed. Nice. I just woke up a little while ago. Windows here were always going to be a problem. The design of them. But I think I have something that would do. Right, let's get the basics anyway. See, I would need snapping on this guy. I could do another one on this one. This is gonna be a complicated little guy now. Yeah. I'll run another one on this. And we'll see if we can get it right up and strengthen this. Okay. I'll take a good bit of that metal, but I think we can afford it. We'll do the side guys. And then I'll do some kind of there, that would do. Now, these guys don't look the greatest. Yeah. They're not exactly where I want them on this. Actually, that's not exactly either. But it's still halfway on this. It's good enough. Yeah, that's not exactly central. Okay, let's make sure. I need them right central on this. They might have to come down, I'd say. Doesn't matter too much about the ones on the side, I think, but these guys, let me see. They're okay, I'd say. I'll take them out. This is always gonna be a problem. See, this will be let in a lot more light. Oh, hi, potato things. How are you? And how have you been? Oh, no problem. No problem. Pretty good, pretty good. And how have you been? I want to open this up here. I can go with the crystal, but what I'll do with this potato things, I want to use these. I just had a quick look, and I'll center these. But I want to make sure the snap is centered on this. I was going to go with this kind of thing, but I think it's not what I want. It's closing this up too much. I want a lot of light coming in here. And this is a really old castle design. You know, I think it's 9th century Templar. You know, the cross shape. And how have you been? Yeah, there's a new snapping system. It saved me a bit of time, but I'm still, learning how to use the pieces. This is the first build I'm doing in marble, so the new shapes, I'm trying to get used to them. It takes a while. But this is what we've been doing here. We're working on the planes. And getting this up high without it falling down is, it's a chore, isn't it? Yeah. But I've noticed I can get a more, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of authentic look with stone. I've done a large build in stone, the main base, but I've wanted to do something big with as much marble as possible. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things, because if you get it done properly, you know what I mean. It's half the job. But we're here on the plains, and we'll be going with, this kind of, as I said, cross shape. It doesn't look too bad outside. I like the shape. No, I'm grinding this. This is my first playthrough. But about 6 weeks ago, or 5 weeks ago or something, on Xbox, I'm playing on Xbox, they introduced the world modifiers where you could do, you could do the no-cost building. But they also introduced 3 times resources, which I'd prefer to do on my first playthrough. There's a way you can, actually get that stuff without, having to kill them. You can use your cart to smash I tried it earlier today. You can use your cart to smash the ward, and then they'll say calm. Or you can use the ward modifier, which is a lot easier, and make your enemies passive. You know what I mean? But either way is good. But I've noticed if you use the word modifier, they'll always stay angry, no matter how long it is when you go back. I tried it, yeah. It took me about 20 minutes to smash it, but I got it, Ashriel. The stupid dwarfs keep getting in the way. One guy was literally on the cart. I couldn't get rid of him. I smashed 3 carts before I did it. But it's possible. Yeah, it's very possible. All the enemies mad. Yeah, got it. Yeah. The last one I did it that way. Yeah. They won't attack, but it'll always stay red. You know, that kind of red. Now what happens is I might go back to one of the old ones, but I think they stay mad forever. That's the problem. Because I've often gone back, let's say, maybe a couple of weeks in game, and it was still red. Definitely, yeah. Definitely. Well, that's how I'm going with that. There's still a lot of work to do on this one. I'll do the last of the decoration, but I have a plan for the windows. I think Ashriel will open them up a lot more. I think I'm closing them off too much. We need as much light as possible in there, so I'll be using a lot of crystal. But this is my main base. This is the very first base we built here on Valheim. I'll just go back and I've got wood. I'll show you what we've done on this one. Hi, Cat. Yeah, the moat turned out alright. I used the paving on the hole really close to the edge to get that look, instead of the other one. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's a warehouse. Oh, hi, Kieran. Oh, Keith. Just got it. Oh. Oh my good God. I hope you're okay, O'Keefe. Oh, nearly, yeah. And you're quite lucky. It's just a phone. Okay, if it can be replaced, but thank goodness you're okay. You know? Thank goodness. I never tried that, yeah. Oh, you mean yeah. You can bring the metal through. I just use it for the building part of it, because it saves me a bit of time. And thanks for that follow again, O'Keefe. I appreciate it. Oh, the passwords, they get me every time. I've got them written down somewhere. But I think if you contact Twitch, but it takes a while, there's some kind of security thing or something. I think 30 days, a month or something, and they'll let you back into your account. Yeah, I gotta change this. Yeah, the war modifiers made it a bit easier. But I've done so much grinding in this game. I'm just using it, let's say, for building. When we're going out exploring, you know, I put it all to normal. But if you backed up your next time, back up your Twitch with an app called Alti, O'Keefe, and then you'll be able to get into it after. You can do your Twitch codes on that. You don't even need your password. And you can have it on several devices for Google as well, on YouTube. So, this is our main base. Potato things. This is 100 meters square. This is the absolute limit. You know, without nasty things happening to the frame rate. So this is our manor. This one we've kind of recessed a bit. So we've got a kind of display room here. Kitchen here. This one is really big. Too big for this game. Yeah, way too big. 100 meters square on the inside. Yeah, it's the only thing sensible you can put on the floor. And here's our workshop. And that kind of just goes back into our gardens. It's always been jumpy here, to be honest, when I run. You know, even before I built up. You know, you get some areas like that, won't you? Especially in the Black Forest. And on here, the layout is the same, except this is our forge. There's two of these stairways that runs each side of the kitchen. And they will go up to a huge walkway that runs all the way around. And a little kind of lookout house, you know, on each corner. Two entrances here, you know, kind of display area. And our main bedroom. It's a bit cramped, but we make do. There's definitely enough room here. And that one I got from Hilder. And we have our little war room here. A cartography table. We also have the hot tub. We have the hot tub in the attic, but we need a portal to get up there to pay the other things. That was the very first thing I did with marble. It's kind of like a bathroom. We also have a lighthouse here as well. We can take a portal over to that as well. How am I getting out of here? This place is a maze. Here it is. So that's our house. We have our gardens here. I was always frustrated with, you know, these plants, getting them in a straight line. Ah, yeah. I got one done outside. It's okay, I think. So this makes it easier to, you know, do straight lines on this. Just lay your character on the side and you can get perfect straight lines in every time. So that's pretty big. I think we can do about 400 plants here. So like that on each side. Beams, yeah. Yeah, just push your character on the side. I knew someone must have doing it before. It seemed the obvious way to get that straight. So this is our harbour. And this one we're doing on Xbox. And it's a portal hub as well. It just basically goes on forever like this. Pretty much the same on the other side. Now it does go down into our harbour here. Couple of fishing rods. Seemed the obvious spot. And this, I think, turned out a little bit like a U-boat pen. Yeah. I think I've been watching too many war movies. And this is our lighthouse. I tried everything with lighting. And, you know, it's nice and bright when you get up there, but from a distance, it's brutal. So what I did was I put one of... open. Yeah, open is pretty good as well. I put a bonfire right up on the tip. On that one. We can take a portal right over. So we'll go up on our harbour. So kind of double stairs thing. Little drinking area here. On this side we have a fermenter. And we go right out onto our balcony. That's exactly the same on the other side. Symmetry is a nice thing in a big build, you know. Now we might have to sleep, it's getting dark. And then we'll go straight to the attic where we can... So, this is a kind of our defense area for attacks, but they never attack from that side. You know, they'll always attack from here. And this ground wall, that goes all the way around the settlement. No, that's the only one I haven't yet. I think I have a location. I got it a few days ago. But I've been just so caught up in building, you know what I mean? And it's a good bit away. I haven't reached that area yet. I was hoping to save a little bit of the map for, you know, whenever the Ashlands come out. Yeah, for the Ashlands. So, have you played much Valheim? I'm assuming you've played a good bit. I've been playing since it came out on console. Since March. Played a bit. Oh. You probably played it like I've played Skyrim. Countless hours. I can't tell the time on console how much I played on this, but I'd say it'd be good. Oh, nice. 1781 hours. You can tell on on PC. I'm assuming you're PC, because I can't do it here on console. At least, if I can, I don't know the command. Right, let's get some sleep and I'll show you the lighthouse and a bathroom. But no mods for console yet. I doubt. You will see some anytime too soon. I don't think the existing ones on PC can be ported. Oh. Well, this is, I call it a bathroom, but yeah, well it is literally. It's got a hot tub. Well, that's about it. This guy has got to use the forest for everything else. Yeah. Yeah, on console it's called no cost building. Yeah. But you can tell, you know, the pieces you make, I had a look at it to see what it was about. The pieces that you make, when you scrap them, you get no materials from them. You know, so it's pretty easy to tell they're no cost building. Oh, hi Spa. And thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day at work. Yes. Oh, yeah. I get you now. Yeah. The flying thing, isn't it? Yeah. Now let's get some rest and I'll show you the other two bits and then I'll move on. I've been doing so much grinding in this game. I've played grindy games in my time and I've always thought I was the king of grind. But this is enough. You know, when you're sourcing the materials, you know, even with the triple resources. But I only use that for the stuff I know. Let's say the seed won't give me enough. The likes of tar, jute, iron and marble. But I draw the line there, or it will make... I'll just get fed up with the game if, you know, especially after putting so much grind into it. Oh yeah, for the... Yeah, for that part. Ah, so you have quite a few. Right, we'll head to the attic and from there we can take a trip over to the lighthouse. About 300 meters. I worked out the rendering on this game, you know. Once I removed the forest it was easy to see. Oh, well thank you. Yeah, I was thinking a little bit of Oblivion. Are you familiar with Oblivion? I used to and still do. I just took a break from the likes of Fallout 4 and Skyrim and Witcher and stuff for a while. I was getting a little bit burnt out, and when this became available, on Xbox. You know, it was a nice break. Oh, it's a great game. You know, this game was pretty alien to me because, you know, its lack of NPCs and quests, you know. But, you know, even without the building, it was a pretty decent game. I would have played it anyway. But the building makes it a great game, you know. It's pretty old school. But 10, 20 hours in this game goes nowhere. But I will say one thing, potato things. It was the best 20 euros I've ever spent. Definitely got my money's worth from this game. I need to build it down, yeah. So this is the attic. This was the very first thing I did with marble. This is our little hot tub. And through a little bit of experimentation, I realized that if your attic is big enough, you don't need a chimney. Yeah, secret bathtub room. Now that's the portal over to the lighthouse. And this is our little balcony area here. And I picked this especially for the view. Now we can go on over and we'll light up that lighthouse. Just need to get the bonfire going. Yeah, I do as well. Oh, I had something similar, it was just as funny. I was working on this chimney here, it's quite high. And you know how you want to jump up on the edge to do something? I literally slid down the chimney into the fire, and I was too far away from the workbench to scrap anything, and died on the fire. Kinda gruesome Santa accident. I was raging because of that one. But the feather cloak, that's really helped me. So let's go over to the lighthouse. But I never got killed by a tree. That's the one thing that never happened yet. A tree dropped on your head, yeah. Never get killed by trees. These are hard little things to construct, these lighthouses. So we've got one walkway that runs around here. And then as we go up here, we can fill our bonfire from here. And this worked out pretty good because, you know, that stays lighting even in storms. You can see it from a mile off. Yeah. We use the wisp lights, but they're kind of useless because they don't show much light up here. You know, from a distance especially. And there you can see. Here, let me jump down. I've got the enemies on passive anyway while I'm building because I don't need the time wasting on those. Yeah, we can see it. You can see that from a mile off. You know, you can use as many lights as you want to. I don't care how many you use. You know, I did a little experiment with it. It's okay when you get up there, but from a distance, yeah, it's like a kind of birthday cake. I was gonna go with a kind of, that kind of classic Greek lighthouse, but it wouldn't fit in with what I've done. So something a little more kind of fantasy medieval kind of thing, and that kind of worked on that. And this goes on forever. I terraformed this literally for days. Well, maybe in the Mistlands, but here, I'd say from this area, not great. Yeah, oh my god, I had to do this with a pick. I worked for ages on this. And I had to cut back about 300 meters as well to make sure I got a decent frame rate. So basically like that all the way around, but it's pretty safe, And that's about it. That's everything we've done on this one. We finished the last of it. Oh, the decorating inside takes forever. Well, we eventually got it done. We kind of did the decorating in bits and pieces. Yeah, on the wall. I needed something on the wall. And this wasn't a bad compromise. See, that wall goes up potato things to about there. And they're kind of snapped into the wall. So they're pretty strong. So on the other side I've got the wall, and on top of that I've got a 6 meter wide walkway. Well, 4 if you take the side walls into consideration. So the whole kind of walkway is plotted down on top of these. But it makes for a good defense. And that's Raven Manor. Oh, thank you. A bit of this I had to dig out. Otherwise, I suppose in hindsight, I might have pushed it out a bit. But the problem is, if I built this up, I wouldn't have been able to get my wall. You know what I mean? Finding this location took me a long time. I needed something where I could build the walls reasonably high and get 100 meter square, and that's not easy. Yeah, I do like it to be neat. And that's everything we've done on that. We did do a warehouse, if you'd like to see it. Well, pretty soon in the game I realized that the amount of stuff I need, and I needed a lot of storage. I'm one of those players that, I store a lot of junk. Yeah. I'll show you the filing system. Let's say on trunks you can hold, depending on what you're holding, you can hold anything from 50 to 10. So I reckon in this, taking the good with the bad, holding everything, you'd probably hold well over 500,000 on this. Now, let me see. We can go from here, I think. There's 2 portals in this. I have one that's connected here and the other one, when I'm out collecting stuff, I can deliver stuff straight to the warehouse without coming back here when I'm out scavenging. Yeah, it's a pain coming back here. You know what I mean? Yeah, basically. But this is the one that's connected to my base. Well, it's handy too when you forget a portal name. I can go here, come back to the other portal and find out what the name is on the other side. It's happened a few times. We'll start from the outside. Actually, I've been in the process of changing the lights when I got these guys. I used the old, you know, the old coal ones, and I couldn't be bothered, you know, to fill them up every 5 seconds. And this is on the island just across. They are, yeah. I'd like them to show a little bit more light, but they're better than the system I had. So I've got the first floor completely done. But I'm kind of run out of those stupid chain links. So I'm going to have to do a bit of grinding in the swamp. I need to anyway. I could do with a decent stockpile of iron. Yeah, yeah. But they work similar to the torches in that sense. Now, I have ones in the food section on top, and that's the little braziers. I've done a kind of extraction system on top, and the roof is too low to use those, so I'll leave those in, and it'll justify the kiln I have up here as well. You see it right in the center. There's a kiln in that one. Now, all the junk you see outside is just a temporary thing. Yeah. Just while I sort out something for a foundry. Yeah. There's a little balcony area on each side. But before I did the decorations outside, it looked like a, you know, a workhouse from the 1800s. They were all over Europe at the time. Especially in my country. During the famine. So let's go inside and I'll show you the setup. Yeah. There's a strange history to those. So let's work our way inside. So it's set up like this, and these are the new lighting. It's the new lighting here. So I use these. They're the best by far. So there's 24 of these. So let's say, assuming you can hold 50 in a slot. So that's oh, let me see. There's room for more if I wanted to, but I think I've got enough. Let me see, 7,200, 14,004, so 28,800 on each pillar. That's what I could hold. Oh, hi, sorry, let me get my reading glasses. Yeah, I sat on my other ones the other day. Oh, Pegasus Bronze, how are you? And how have you been? Yeah, I didn't want it to be too compact, and there is a better chest, but it's too big, you know what I mean? It would take up too much room. And this was by far the best system I found, you know, for the kind of setup I have here. But let's say there's a maximum of, what did I say, 28,800 on each pillar, and there's a lot of pillars on this. But some things, you know, you can only put 30 in a slot, and the cores are like something like 10. So on average, I'd say 600, maybe 700,000, I suppose, depending on what I'm storing. Now, all of this here is just temporary. Now, that's my portal I use, let's say, when I'm out and about. To go travelling, yeah. That's one of my favourite things in this game, is exploring. I know it's all the same. You know, once you've done a thing, it all looks the same, but still, you know what I mean? I love to explore. Especially on a world this size. Oh. So this goes on forever. These were the old ones I used. I'm still keeping this here for a moment. You know, just so I can sleep here while I'm doing the lighting. But I will be removing it. I need a boatload of these potato things for my lights. So I'm gonna have to go grinding in the swamp eventually. Oh, we use so many of those. My livestock, yeah, I've got tame wolves, I've got chickens, I've got boars, and I've got lox. I'm about 80% through in the Black Forest for my my breeding farm. I called it Animal Farm. I was going to put up a little sign, you know, quote from Orwell. You remember that one from Animal Farm? All animals are created equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Yeah, he had a sense of humour, Orwell. Fantastic novelist, author, great guy. Yeah, yeah. He just had a way with words, didn't he? Now, so that pretty much the layout. So we take the stairs here, and as we go up here, the layout is exactly the same. You see where I was using. This is where I'll be doing the lighting next. I'll need a ton of those. Oh yeah, and there's a balcony in each one. So the same system. You know, almost 29,000 on each pillar, and I've been filling it up pretty quickly. Now as we go up here, this is our food section here. And this is where I use the braziers. So I'll be leaving those guys in. Won't be changing those. So this is all dedicated to food. And again we can hold, you know, pretty good amount of stuff here. As you can see I have that one and that one full. So I think we're okay for food. And I used every inch of this. Yeah, it's nice to have a ton of everything, you know, especially when you take the big bills. But you'll always get caught with marble or something, you know. So I didn't let any space here go to waste. This I had it blocked off until I hit the Mistlands, and then with all the new stuff I just couldn't handle it, so I opened it up. And this is nice and free now. So I should be able to handle that. And, you know, the ashlands, that could take the ashland stuff. Now, these are the braziers. We light them up. The problem is the smoke was everywhere. So I built this extraction system on each one. When we get up on the roof, I'll show you that one. Yeah. So this is where I'm holding most of the Mistlands junk. Now, as we go out here, these work on coal, so I didn't want to be, you know, going down to make coal, so I put a kiln here, and I needed something out here anyway. And that's our extraction system there. To get our smoke out. And you know the story with the wood on the slabs. It doesn't deteriorate. Yeah. So it'll keep that colour. You know, just so it blends in with everything else. Yeah. You see these stone slabs here? I did an experiment with them on a wall on this. Well, it would work with a marble as well, I'd say. If you have one of these down and you cover it with wood, it slightly glitches in, tiny bit into, pushes down onto it. Yeah, I discovered that quite quickly. Yeah, you can cover it over and it won't deteriorate. The same on stuff on the wall, but it's got a snap, potato things. You can't freehand it. It's got a snap on. Yeah. I noticed it, let's say, I was playing the game about a week, and I had um, a wood kind of line marker on the ground, and over one of them I had a chest. Let's say I was storing stuff, pretty rough. So it started raining and I came back and I noticed all of them were deteriorated, except one. The one that the chest was slightly over. You know, it was kind of leaning on it a bit. So I said, hang on. So I built a wall and I stuck on some wood on it and a bit of a floor, and I left it there for about a week or two in game. And I noticed that they were perfect, you know. And the ones I had on the ground beside it as a kind of, you know, comparison, yeah, they were all messed up. But it's got to snap, you know what I mean? If you freehand it on, it's not going to work. And I'm not sure about sticking, let's say, a meter, let's say a 2 meter post, let's say on 1 meter and having, you know, the 1 meter exposed. But I'm thinking that as long as, you know, it's on there, it should stay. I didn't do much of a test for that. Yeah. Yeah, you get into a habit of doing things. Yeah. But when I was playing this, I didn't watch anyone playing it, so that's the best too, I suppose. You know, kind of figuring it out. You kind of, strange enough, when you go in really blind into a game, you know what I mean? You'll work out some things for the new content. Yeah. So that's everything we've done here. I'm gonna say we, I mean me. So that's our warehouse. That's our storage system. Yeah. So you like to build? Nice. I find it very relaxing. But I mostly do this to take the edge off some health problems I have. I have a bulge disc in my neck. Causes me a ton of pain. And I don't take any painkillers because, you know, that's not going to end too good. So this really helps. Yeah. I need this kind of concentration as a distraction. No, it doesn't fix the issue. And because this is, you know, pretty painful, and it is, you know, the spinal cord and that, you're talking about some really heavy painkillers, you know, basically opiates. Mm. I think, you know, yeah, when you spend this much time on something, yeah, there's always something behind it. You're looking for a kind of total distraction from something. Mm. Mm. Yeah. No. I was tempted a few times, but no, I'm not going to take that junk in my system. I've got enough problems. I had friends that had similar injuries through the years. Um, you know, they got prescribed painkillers, no fault of their own. You know, they weren't told the risks, and you know, a few years down the line, you know, after a lot of intervention, eventually got them off. But they were never the same. Their personalities changed. You know, one guy in particular, yeah. Oh, this guy was he was like a saint. Nicest guy you've ever met. You know, polite, but always speak to you. Very good to his family, his wife, everything. So, I think he fell from a roof, from a ladder or something. But he was on painkillers, some heavy stuff, for about a year. But even when the doctors wanted him off, he still wanted to keep taking them. And you know the stuff, oh, no, I'm not addicted, you know, kind of thing. I can stop whenever I want, you know, that kind of thing. But after a lot of intervention, you know, got him off. Now, he's paranoid, doesn't speak to anyone, quite rude, and even checks his wife's phone for messages. You know, very uh, possessive, very bit of a dictator. He's exactly the opposite of what he was, you know, and that was all done through drugs. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, one could say it brought out his true self, but I don't think so. You know, I know that using opiates like that, just like steroids, they change the way you think. They literally rewire your brain, and they don't do it temporarily. Potato things, they do it permanently. Let's say take athletes in particular. Let's say wrestlers. You know, they have a reputation for taking some drugs. Um, you see how many instances, let's say, in particular, where they freaked out and killed their own families and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. But I do know they did some research on those and that, and yeah, they'll rewire your brain for you, turn you into a psychopath. But not everyone, so there probably has to be a little something there, I suppose, deep down. But if it's there, drugs will bring it out. When I was very young, I remember, he was a neighbour of mine. Oh, I would have been just a kid, about 14, 15. And this guy was probably in his late 20s. He had a really successful job, pretty high in the company. And he went on a weekend break, I think, to London or something. There was some big bash, some do. Took some cocaine. One hit was all it took. He went literally crazy. I mean crazy. You know what I mean? So he came back, he was a bit iffy. They sent him home from his job. The next day he was absolutely out of his mind. Now, he was a pretty successful guy. Now, he goes round town. He dresses... the last time I seen him, he was dressed... He had a skin-tight lycra bicycle shorts, right? And he had, one of those little skimpy tops that you'd see teenage girls with. Yeah. He had some makeup on him. Lipstick, rouge, powder and stuff. And it looks like someone put it on with a shotgun. But he's absolutely and teetotally out of his mind. This was a guy that ran a company. He was pretty high up. Pretty intelligent guy. Just went nuts. Yeah, literally went nuts. They even they have a name for him, the locals. They call him Makeup Man. Yeah. But I feel sorry for the guy. But he totally lost his marbles. That was one hit. That was just one hit. I suppose, some people, whatever way their biology or whatever way they're constructed, I haven't thought of that guy in the longest time. Okay, let's go back. We'll get some sleep, and I have a plan for my windows. I wanted to show as much light as possible on this. So if we're gonna go big in that hole, we might as well do it properly. Okay, where's my other portal? Yeah, we'll go back and we'll sleep. Grab some food as well. Well, I'm not joking, it looked like it was put on with a shotgun. It looks like it was put on as You know, he was putting on this makeup, it looked like, while he was sitting on one of those bouncy balls, you know, and it was kind of bouncing up and down. Yeah. But I shouldn't be laughing, you know. It's pretty sad what happened to him. Hmm. The city boasts a lot. Oh, yeah. Right, let's get some sleep. See, it's this cell here, whatever it is. It's nice and free now. Sometimes it gets a bit jumpy. But only here. Got it here from the start, even before I started building. But it was too good to pass this area up, you know, the way the land was lying. Right. Now, we gotta get out of here. How do we get out of here? Right, we'll get back. We have a good bit of grinding to do. I still got a learning curve on this, especially with marble. So I'll try and work out something on the windows. It'll just take me a little while to figure out what I want. Okay, I've gone through the wrong portal. An airship. Oh. This is the last guys, you see that? They're all green. And I used the cart system to smash that thing was here and took their house. But it works. Yeah, it works. Yeah, I took their junk. I used the cart to smash the... I wanted to see if it would work. But now they're living in a ditch. Hey, we need the marble. I think it's... Which way is this stupid thing? I think it's this one down here. Yeah, it's this one. I think it's okay outside. I'll have to do something with a walkway eventually. But a little later. I've got bigger fish to fry with that main castle. See, what I like to do is I'll do it in layers. They're doing the heavy stuff first, before I do any of the lighter stuff. So this had consider decoration. And I never picked up any food either. We'll have to do without it for a while. See, putting lights in that all the way around might be way too much for this. We'll see. It all depends. When we get to the later stages of the build, I'll see if I can get away with lighting. Sure. Here's my map. And when I search an area, I really search an area. I take everything out. Every building I see, I take. Yeah, I smash it. You know, every dungeon cleared. Every inch cleared. So that's why we have so much stuff. I haven't had to break a rock or take down a tree since I started this game. You know, one of the goals I set for myself on this was to, you know, take every building. So that's my seed. And we have Hilder here. And we have Halder down here. You end up starting a tree farm. Oh. Yeah, that works as well. But I get so much rubbish and junk, you know what I mean? I find it hard to even hold it sometimes. But I do use a lot of stone and wood. Now, I had a quick look at this and I think I want to change my windows. I was thinking something like that. But now I'm thinking something like this. And then go up with my crystal. And that would really open up this place. Enough, you know? Just need to get the support. This kind of support, it will really help. But this has been a pain. An absolute pain. But I'm getting there. My problem will happen, potato things, when I get to the center here. You know, I'll do all of this and this will be okay. When I get here to the center, this is going to be a problem. So I'm going to run this line across here, and I might be able to arch this to help support it a bit. I'm getting a feel for this, you know. But that's the absolute, you know, highest I can go with this. And the only reason that I've got this high with other things, you see these corners here? These 4 here and all of these. There's actually an earth pillar on this. I'll show you what I mean. I do it from downstairs. You see these? You see the earth pillar? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just to get this kind of height. So there's a ton of them here. And I was thinking about going with fireplaces here and making that a kind of feasting area. Although I'm not happy using the wood on this. Without mods, yeah? Oh. Trees, I suppose. Yeah, you could use trees. Trees would work, wouldn't they? Yeah. The pine trees. My problem with the pine tree is the fact that it's kind of bushy on the top. Yeah, that's the only way I can see. Oh, really? It is a tree. Yeah, and cage round it, that would work. And thanks for following, Big Boar. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. I hope you've been well. Would it? Really? Depends on how much you want to spread out, doesn't it? Oh, let's just get that back. Okay, let's see if we can get those windows in. Yeah, without the center one. But, you know, when you're going with the trees, you've got that... It's okay for a while, but then you've got that... I suppose you could make a kind of roof garden, you know? That might work as well. I just have an issue with the bushy part. Never use it, yeah. But still, it's the building of it, that's the thing. Yeah, most of this I won't use. Well, probably all of it I won't use. But what I wanted to do with this out here, and I might consider roofing this in and arching this as a kind of foundry, you know, for the blast furnaces and stuff. You know, like a kind of orc stronghold. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have a look at it later. I need a decent spot. But right now I've got this window problem that I wanted to do. So I better start on these. I want to make sure these are... Well, that's okay. That would still work. Now, and the top part. It would be nice to get a little permit on the top of this. I'm finding it hard to get around here doing these. So we'll start on this one. I would like to finish the building work on this. And once I'm happy with this, then I can do the other three. And then work on the center. You know what I mean? If I could get these two finished, but I think I want as much light as possible coming in here. You know? Now, there's another way we could do this, potato things too. Let's say we're coming up with the 1, 2, 3, 4. We're coming up with the 5 pillars, okay? So that's a definite anyway. We need to have at least 1 meter down. These are a little steep, but we could use these guys. We'll see. No, you see, I'm kind of caught. It's always the way when you don't have an uneven number, isn't it? Kind of, yeah, with the windows. Kind of. I could drop them at different levels. And that might work. Oh, hi. Hi, Terry. Last, yeah. And how have you been? Yeah. That's not going to work. Because we got 2 here on this. Oh, hang on. I think it will work. I think it might work. Let's have a look at this. That would work. And you know what I'll do? Yeah, I think that would work. That would work. That would be better than the permit system I wanted. Yeah, yeah. I think I'll go with that. I think I'll go with that. Although it's going to be a pain getting the crystal in. You see, we've done so many of these sharp edges. We've done so many of these sharp edges. Now, we could do the kind of balcony permit thing here. We could put something on that. Yes, yes. And it's even kind of hard enough even with it, to be honest. But I found a good few tricks, let's say, to get around that. Now, they're obsolete. Oh. But it's a good time saver. Yeah, the snapping system. That was the best thing they did. Yeah, I can change the snapping points. Yeah. I'm used to working with the stuff in Fallout 4, which has way more snapping points. But this, yeah, this is pretty good now. Not really, no. But let's say when I do get an update, I'll just read it to see if I get any new stuff to build with. Nice. We get it here pretty late compared to PC. Yeah. I think we got the last update about 5-6 weeks after PC. Yeah, we're always the stepchild, aren't we, of the of the bunch. Yeah. Maybe it's just a little harder to do it for console. Oh, I'm too old now. But maybe eventually. I've been around a long time, potato things. Never really had much time for, PC. Never really even had much time to game until I retired, to be honest. You know. I'm pretty old. I'm in my mid-50s. I feel like I'm in my mid-80s. Age sometimes can be how you feel, or what you've seen, you know? You're mid-40s. I've got a decade on you. But this has been a good pastime. Yeah, I'll tell you, when you put on another couple of decades, you'll want that decade back. You won't call it nothing, I'm telling you. Yeah, yeah, it does. It does fly. Yeah, it does. I can remember my 21st birthday party like it was yesterday. Strangely enough, I can't remember yesterday. Mm. Sometimes it takes new memories, a little bit of time to set in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just like it was yesterday. Right, okay. Let's start a window. Now, we've got to make sure this goes in. It's a pity I don't have a system, that flying system. That would save me a lot of time. But this is a right bore and a real time killer, doing it this way. Now. Okay, I need some wood for this. Oh, sugar. Right, this is where we go to the warehouse and collect a good stockpile of wood. Going to need it for the iron. 6 a.m. Waiting for the Department of Motor. Oh my good God. Yeah, that can take ages sometimes. Went to the grocery store. More liquor and snacks, yeah? Console commands on PC. Yeah. I suppose on this one anyway, I better do it the hard way. Yeah? So, how long have you been gaming, Potato Things? I've only really gotten into it since I retired, to be honest. I've been gaming since the beginning, since Pong, back in the late 70s. But, never had much time. Lucky if I could steal an hour, maybe two on the weekend. I worked some really long hours. Yeah, you missed out on Pong. Oh. Since you were 2. Yeah, yeah. The new generation now, when kids are gaming at a, really young age, 2 and 3. Not in my day. I remember when the consoles came out, they were kind of expensive. It would always be, well, not all kids would have them. It would be young adults, mostly, Sony cashed in on that a lot, really. I remember the disastrous ad campaigns they used here and in the UK, especially the one in Italy. And they must have doing it, their promotional stuff, it was outrageous. They must have doing it for a reaction. Oh my good God. Do you not remember that? Oh, well, first of all, I'll go to the most egregious one. And they did an ad campaign for Sony. This was back when they started off. This would have been, probably the mid to late 80s. Yeah, and they did one in the USA as well. It was just as bad. You must have. Well, once I tell you anyway, you'll probably remember. But the one they did in Italy, where they'd buy billboard space and then they'd put up, their promotional sign. But they put one in Italy anyway, all over the country. and this, remember, the Vatican is there. They had this massive sign, and it was like this guy, and he had the beard like Jesus, and his crown of thorns was in the PlayStation symbols, and it said, "The Passion of the PlayStation." Yeah, I think the sign was about 2 miles from the Vatican City. Really. Not that I'm ultra religious, but that was pretty bad. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, the one they did in the USA was even worse. Yeah. Oh, now they would have burned the headquarters to the ground. Yeah. 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 Really. The one they did in the US, let's say, remember the time they introduced a white PlayStation as a kind of promotional thing? Well, they put up a big sign on that, and there was these two ladies, and it looked like they were fighting. They were dressed in, if you're familiar with Fallout 4, those like synth outfits, like kind of skin tight kind of outfits. Yeah. So the Caucasian lady was dressed all in white, and the African American lady was dressed all in black. The African American lady was kind of lying on the ground, defending herself with her hands up, and the white lady was towering over her, and it said, and I'm paraphrasing in this, I forget the way it was, something like, "White PlayStation is better than black PlayStation." Now, maybe that was not the correct wording. Yeah, Google it. Yeah, Google it. There's an Australian guy, he does a lot of that. I forget his name, but I do remember him. He would have been one of the very first streamers on YouTube back in the day. He used to be pretty big. I think he's retired now. Yeah. Then there was another one they did in the UK, and that was just as bad. Now, they couldn't have been that stupid, so it must have been to provoke a reaction, you know. But, yeah, I think they're crazy, to be honest. I'm sure if an American company or a European company, let's say, did an ad like that in Japan, um, you know, about their culture, whatever it was, kind of doing that, I'm sure it wouldn't go down too well. Hmm. Oh, totally. Yeah. But that would have been the late 80s, I think. Hmm. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Oh, now they would have burned the sign, and they would have boycotted Sony. Yeah, really. Oh my, that's a pity. Well, if it's anything like what I see on the media, I wish you luck with that one. It's going to take a few generations to get at it, I'm afraid. Yeah, oh my. It's a pity, you know. It's hard to know what the root cause is. But I really seriously do believe, if you live, yeah, always, yeah. Hmm. If you live in a kind of bubble, only bad things can happen, potato things, They say travel broadens the mind, and it does. People think that travel, let's say they go to another country for a holiday, they lounge around the swimming pool in a hotel, go to a restaurant, do that in a few countries and, think they're well travelled. But all of my life I've worked abroad and overseas in many countries, and that's the only way you can really get a feel for, another culture, another system, taking in all the religions and the cultures and languages and stuff like that. You got to kind of work with the people and get to know them over a period of time. Hmm. And the occasional restaurant. Yeah, yeah. But it was pretty lonely, you know. I would always be thinking about home. Hmm. Oh my. Oh my. Ah. Another thing as well, which can be someone's downfall, is a firm belief, strangely enough. You know, like, let's say my opinions and my beliefs have changed, over the years, and that's the way it should be. That's the natural thing. You learn more about stuff and you always reevaluate stuff. But if you have a certain belief and, in the face of, let's say, evidence or proof that your belief might be a little flawed, but you still stick to it, that's bad. Yeah, that's dangerous. If you're wrong about something, that's good. You've learned and you move on from that. But that's what I see with most people these days. Their ability to stick to something, no matter how illogical it is. You know what I mean? And this is where you get these silly conspiracy theories. You know? And the problem is media. Media can really stoke the fire in it. And these searches they use. Erters, yeah. Let's say if you Google something, let's say you believe that the Earth is flat, let's say, and then you'll Google, and then you'll meet some other nuts, and they will, tell you about all these experiments they've done, and how the government is covering it up, and it's aliens that are living in the center of the Earth, and how you can't go out to Antarctica, and that's why you can't go out because, you'll see the edge of the world. Yet, when you look into space, you see every single planet around us is spherical, and that's what happens under gravity. A planet will form and be crushed into a sphere. Much like when you're underwater, you release air from your lungs. That's just how physics and how the universe works. But logic or fact has no place today. You know. It's an echo chamber, exactly, but other things. You know what I mean? If you have a belief that is flawed, you can be sure there's other people, that have that same belief. And, like, you could say something, and then, let's say, that could get out there. Other people could pick it up. Then you could get it on the back end coming back, kind of confirming that. And it's just, your own words. A basic echo chamber. Mm. Mm. The system here is not perfect, but it's pretty good. You know. Mm. Just got here. Oh, hi, young. But all I can say is be true to yourself. Yeah. But with that said, oh, definitely, 100% agree, young. Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember there was one guy in particular. He used to drop by here a lot, potato things. But, oh my, I don't mind tall stories, that's okay. But, you know, it gets out of hand when, someone tells you that they've created a planet, hidden above this planet to save us all from Armageddon, this kind of god complex. You know, I shut him down. I might have been a little bit rude, you know, but I think it's insulting for everyone watching. Wanted to give us the impression that he could launch missiles from a nuclear submarine. Looking at this guy's photo, he's only in his mid-20s. So, his talk of war from that, like, he would have been about 5, you know? It is. Yeah, it is. But there's so many, You know, or is it just social media now? We can reach out further by other things. There seems to be so many in that position. You know, I remember like 3 decades ago it wasn't like that. But then again, you know, you couldn't reach out, you know, let's say on social media so much. The world is in trouble. But these are young people we're dealing with. These are the people that will be running countries, you know, when they get older. And that's scary, you know. And if it was just an odd person, you know, fair enough, you know, that's just the way it is. But there seems to be so many. You know, a sizable chunk of the population that are, well, you know what I mean. Social media has ruined things in a sense. You know, people don't talk as much. Like, you see kids and they're literally sitting beside each other. They don't talk to each other, don't text to each other on phones. And they're not 6 feet away. They don't know what's appropriate anymore to say. You know what I mean? The phrases they use and that. They've absolutely lost the art of any kind of conversation or social interaction in a face-to-face setting, you know? Oh, I did, all the time. And we do a lot here, but other things, you know? We talk too much. We talk too much here. I would be, yeah, I would be the opposite, I suppose. But not too much, you know what I mean? Not too much. Well, social media is good then, you know. No, it doesn't bother me too much. I've always liked to chat to people, especially, let's say, from different countries and different cultures, different religions. Religion doesn't really make a difference to me. You know what I mean? It's immaterial. You know, your skin color, your religion, whatever. It's always been that way. Now, okay. We're here to get some wood. Oh, down the other side. We'll grab that. Oh. Stupid. I brought some metal with me. Doesn't matter. That's enough wood. Oh, it's throughout history. But other things it's been used. But let's say in any religion or any religious disagreement, if you follow the chain back, you'll always find somebody that profits from it. Yeah, always. Oh yeah, yeah. It's an old story. The players might have changed, and the so-called reasons might have changed, but the end game is exactly the same. Yeah, yeah. I've found in the last 3 decades it's changed a lot. You have to. Yeah, people were not so easy offend, you know. Now you'd be afraid to say anything. Even if it wasn't offensive, someone could find offense in it. I know Father Ted, yeah. I would be a fan. The humour is totally Irish and it probably doesn't travel well. Depends on your personality, I suppose. It travels just fine. Oh, that's good. Yeah, yeah, it's a pity. That was Dermot Morgan. Died of a heart attack. Yeah, while he was doing that series. Yeah, I think so as well, but, not a lot of people would agree with us. Yeah, yeah, he was about my age. Ah, such a pity. Hmm. Well, I will say this and then I'll get flack for it. Social media has enabled me to meet people. Oh yeah, I totally agree. Now, with that said, it has been positive. Of course, in my opinion, you consume what you want. Exactly. And with you so far. You want positive, you'll find it you want. Exactly. Agree with you 100%, yo. It Social media is a double-edged sword, and like everything in life, you can use it as you wish. You can use it to be nice and good, you can use it to be horrible. You know what I mean? You can use it to learn, or you can use it to reinforce whatever you already know, whether it be true or right or wrong. Exactly. And whatever you click on the most, it will feed you that. They'll echo it right back to you. Yeah. No, you won't get any flack from me. I agree 100% exactly on everything on that. 100%. Now, yep. Oh, we'll bring that up. Now, let's see if we can work these windows. We're going for an open window, young. And then I'll work on the little side pieces. There's just a few things I need to do on the top. Yeah, yeah, it is. But if you're not familiar, let's say, if you're quite young, or let's say, it is a bit of a trap, young. And it's all down to the first few things that you Google. They want you to stay on as long as possible. So if you, let's say, hear about something bad, and you have a kind of opinion, and you spend some time on that, they'll keep sending you that junk. And if you consume enough of that, you'll start to kind of buy into certain things. I try not to be too influenced by anything. Trying to use a combination of logic and, I suppose, my own beliefs as well. Depends, yeah, it depends. You see, they want you to watch as long as possible, so if they see you spending a lot of time on something, and let's say you might Google something, let's say, that you really had no opinion of, like, did this really happen? And then they'll keep doing you with that, and then, it's strange how stuff can kind of soak in potato things over time. You know, I try to keep a check on it, but it definitely works towards confirmation bias, most definitely. Ads for ED pills. Nice. Okay, I get something to drink. I'm trying to flush this kidney stone. Oh, I'm a walking disaster. Yeah, I'm trying to flush it. I had some laser treatment and lithotripsy on it, so I think it's broken up a bit. This is my third time in for this one. Oh, I'm not too bad, they won't have to cut me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm one ahead of you. Oh, within the next 10 years you'll get another one. You'll keep up. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, lithotripsy. Hmm. Well, it wouldn't be so bad, let's say, for a male, you know, but it's still quite sore. Yeah, you get that kidney pain, you know, now and then, but I'm pretty used to it now. Just gotta keep drinking this stupid stuff all the time. Yeah, it is. It is. It is, but once that sonic wave gets in there, let's say, the the plumbing inside would be a bit different. You know, I'd say more hazardous for females. Oh yeah, it is. It is. But in reference, let's say, to your first message. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we need a side one. Hmm. Oh, definitely. Yeah. No. No. That will never happen, young. Yeah, that would never happen. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, he was a bit of a jerk. Oh, yeah, they will always do that. Stupid paracetamol. Or are they addicted to that? They keep giving us these stupid tablets here. What are they called? Oh, I said it before. But it's like a kind of paracetamol, yeah. Oh, I can't remember the name. It'll come to me eventually. No, no, these would be, they're painkillers, but they're pretty low down on that. They wouldn't be really strong. No, 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 no. You remember I said it before. Uh, it'll come to me. If I try to remember, I'll never get it. Potato things. It'll come to me in a minute, and I'll tell you. Hmm. Yeah, I was talking to Young before, I think before about it, and I mentioned it. But they'll always spam you with these stupid tablets. You know, every time you go in there, you're useless. Absolutely useless. You feel everything. Yeah? Yeah, I do too. Now, let's see if we can tap into these guys. There's a top one here I wanted to do. We just get these out of the way for a moment. Yeah, I just want these out of the way. I want to actually see what we're doing here. Well, the other ones will go quickly. These will take ages because, you know, we've already built it up. Yeah, I think it's right up there. That would do. Now, okay. Let's get working on this guy. And the rest of the ones will go pretty easy. Okay, getting back that iron would help. Yep, we'll try our windows and see what they look like. Oh, no problem, potato things. Today was a long day and I gotta get electric hot pad on my spine. My right hip is killing me as we speak. Once I put some weight on it. But thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, I think it's sciatica. At least I'm hoping it's sciatica. That means it won't be permanent. I'd hate to think I'm getting hip problems or arthritis on the hip. I can really do without that one. I've got enough problems. But it's been at me for about 3 or 4 days. You know, especially when I sit for long periods of time. But hopefully it's just a sciatica. You know, maybe just having a bad week or month. Hmm. Oh, definitely, young. Exactly. Exactly. And treat everyone as you would wish to be treated. That's all you can do. Be the best you can be. Life is short, and there's no time for hate. Absolutely. You know, in a little while it will be as if we were never here, but if you can be positive and nice and spread some of that, yeah. It might be a tiny ripple, but, you know, enough people and, yeah, things could get better. And at the very least, you're not adding to the problem. Now, okay, we need some metal. We'll just take our time. We're in no rush. Hopefully I'll get some relief from this stupid hip. So, were you playing any Skyrim or Fallout today, young? Okay, now that was pretty stupid. Okay, I might be just up a tad. I might not be up high enough for this guy. I want to get it on that there. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to use that scaffolding system, I'm afraid. There you go. There. That's nice. And we get this guy in as well. In a moment. That one looks okay. And I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll just make sure we get this right. Might as well. Make sure it's nice and solid. Yeah. Now we can do our design after this. Yeah, we're really opening this up, young, a bit, you know what I mean? I want as much light in as possible. I actually was, oh, nice. Nice. I did it, oh, cool. But when a dear friend texted me, I jumped at the opportunity and actually got out. Yeah, it's nice to get out. I haven't been out for ages except that little shindig a few days ago. Oh, straight. I don't really like to go out that much anymore. You know. Yeah, that will do me. Now. And one the other side. And then we'll see about the other decoration. Oh, you silliness. Oh. I can't see that. Is that tapped in? We might have to remove the other two. Isn't that stupid? Okay, it's getting too dark. I think I might... I'd need it up... well, maybe I could do it from there. I think I'd be better off doing it on the second one down. I plan on making up tomorrow. Oh, nice. New Vegas. Cool. Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, that's not good. Now, while that guy is sleeping, I just want to check on something. Won't be a moment, guys. Now, I want to see where the top of that bar is. I want to snap into that properly. I think maybe the second one down would be okay, providing that little bit of support. Probably be better off. Oh, for... Do you know what? I need that flying thing because... There it is. Yeah, it's kind of short. Okay, we come down with that one. Now what have I got? 3 of these. Sugar. Oh yeah, stupid Xbox. Oh, is this going to take me hours to get this done? There's a mod where you can kind of go flying around. I really need something like that to do this quicker. That's going to take me a half an hour to get these pieces out. All I can do is jump on the roof later. That's horrible, isn't it? I give up. I give up in this game. If there was a system where you could make a decent scaffolding and not this junk here. There. Okay. Now let's get to it. Let's get it done. It can be so frustrating when the tiniest thing can take so long. Ah, Rex, come on. Not today. Oh, come on. All of this because of the stupid Microsoft controller. There. Right. 'Cause Now, let's see if I can get that guy. And that would make it a lot stronger. What do you think? We'll go for the top one. I'd say we're better off supporting the other guy and going straight up with those ones. Either way, it wouldn't make much of a difference. You know, the support will be there. Although, I'd prefer to support these, to be honest. Yeah, okay, we'll support those. Well, it depends. Oh, hang on. I will. I should be able to hide them. We'll see. We'll see. There we go. We'll work it out as we go along. Yeah, that's okay. It's going all the way up. I've got no problems with that. Okay. It was just the last one was the problem. There's already a top line up there anyway. There. Right, let's give it a shot. Now this is what I was thinking. I might be able to put this... Yeah. We'll try something a little different on this from that original one. I might be able to snap these over a little bit, let's say. No, definitely not that way. Now let's see. No, it'll have to be the full one. Yeah, to hide those. Okay, we'll go with them. We'll go with them then. Now, what about going this way? Instead, going, yeah, with a central pillar. That would be much better. We could have that young with this as a central pillar of two of these. I'd say the central one might actually look a bit better. You'd have a dead center for the larger piece. I think we'll go dead center. Yeah, okay, we try dead center. And then the likes of these guys. There. You know, having that one dead center. I'd say that would work. And then we can copy all the other guys. Well, that's different, instead of the center one. Yeah. And then I'll use the pillar system. Right, let's give it a shot. Oh. I have to put the crystal in before we do this. Oh, this is going to be something. Yeah, Crystal won't go in with that. Especially up here on the top. Right, let's have a crack at this crystal. Okay, I put the bottom guys in as well. Oh, while we're here. Now, I could use the half bricks, I suppose, because if we use the half bricks, there'll be a nice little line going, but would it make a difference? You know, like this. And then when we put these guys in, no, they're kind of offset anyway. If I was doing anything here, I'd probably run a piece of wood. We don't need the extra pieces. Now, the way to do this is to get the highest ones possible. Okay, this could be a bit of an issue. You see, that guy up there, we'd have to go right up with that piece. Okay, so far so good. We don't really need that one there, but we'll put it in anyway. Okay, we're almost there on one side. I do the same on this guy. We have no chance of putting that through the pillar. So we get it in beforehand. Okay, that's not snapping right. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. Look at this. Or maybe it's just my imagination. Ah, it's my imagination, I think. It is. It better be. I don't know, it looks to be a little higher. I think it should be there. Yeah, you see there? No problem, got stuff to do when I stream this, so getting some sleep is necessary. Have a great stream, and see you next time. And thanks for hanging out, Young. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care, Young, and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, it's off. Okay, we learned a valuable lesson. We don't even need this outside stuff for a while. Just got a bad snap. There. So you're better off snapping from the top, but like this. That should be the way it is. Oh, that's spot on there. You want to be going from right there. There, I think we have it now. Just got a bad snap. There. Right. Okay, we'll be using tons of crystal, but we've got tons of crystal, so it's not too bad. The other one should go a lot quicker because, you know, we'll be building up from the inside. We won't have to take down the stuff we've already done. And let me get something to drink. Yeah, this should work. Now. Oh, the crystal. I think I have 50 down here, but 50 is not going to go far. As I said, I think I have tons of it in storage. I just see if we can get the windows done. Kind of ticking me off a little bit. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, Terry. Bye. Now, I'll just quickly check on something here, guys. Right, I'm back. Yeah, just wanted to check on something. Now, we do this window the way we want it, and then we know exactly what to do on the other ones. That's what we're going for here. And then I'll do something with that scaffolding a little later. I found with this crystal, you work from the top and then come down with it, it's easier to place. But the windows should be worth the hassle. We just gotta figure out a design we want, but I want them to be pretty big, you know. And this. Now, we gotta do the same on this guy. Okay, no wood. I'll have to run along the edges later, you know, scoop up that loose marble. It's probably stuck on the roof. Now if I could come across with these guys, maybe make sure they're lining up. See what I mean? That's stupid. I need a better system than this, you know now. Okay, it's too dark. Let's get some light. That is one big window. Here, let's put one of these in here. Too exposed. Oh, it's too exposed. Okay. Alright. Now, these have got to line up. Yeah, they're pretty good. Now we work on these guys. Well, these crystals can be finicky. There, that's good. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. Perfect. Now we'll soon have this window done. I didn't put one there, did I? No. We don't really need it, but I want it there anyway. There, we're going for crystal. Right, we'll have to get a huge amount of crystal. And I'll store it in the trunks down there, but I haven't been using it a lot. I've got tons of it. We did a lot of mountain stuff because of the jute, so we have, oh my, I probably have about 5,000 or more. Plenty enough to finish this. So that's 1,200, 24, 26. Oh, 3,600. We'll just go with 6 of them for a while. No. That is one big window. Right. Now for the finishing touches on this. Oh. Oh, I didn't see this one coming. Oh my goodness. I didn't see this coming. Well, there will be a way to do this. I just need to probably get up, but that's not what I was expecting. Yeah, maybe it's too far. Ah, that makes things complicated now. Drat. I was expecting that to... That's a pity. This makes the whole process a little bit longer. Now let's see. What's the problem here? Should snap through. Just the angle. There. I knew we'd get you. Just needed a little help. I get these out of the way so I'll make sure everything is okay. Yeah, okay. And now, these guys here, we need them centered. And kind of finicky. Probably we get better off getting that from below. Oh, Rex, go away, Rex. For goodness sake. Yeah, my doggo. Yeah, some of them are going to be a bit of a pain, aren't they? Oh. No, it's got to be the top center. We'll try bottom center in a moment. Yeah, it's that one there. Not going to be the easiest thing to do, you know. No, I think we get it from the ground. And now we have it going. Oh, this is going to be a problem, guys. This is going to be a problem. I say just a matter of persistence. We should be able to get it. That one has given me issues there. That's a pity. I will get it, even if I have to remove the crystal a little later. Oh! It's that piece of glass. There it is. It's not in right. That's what's causing me the problems. I didn't see that one. Oh, hi Whiskey. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been? Very, very hard to see this. There, okay. That should be okay. It doesn't explain this guy. We'll get it eventually. Come on now. Come on, you can do it. Nah. Okay, we're almost there. And thanks for following. 1 second, I'll get my reading glasses for this one. Well, French is... Oh, is that an L, is it? It is. Soul... Is it Soul a girl? Yeah, Soul. You don't mind if I call you Soul. Thanks for following, Soul. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. They're doing a pretty large window on this one, but... It's gonna be a bit finicky, I'd say. Although this is not doing too bad. I've got to be careful of these ones. I'll get you from the other side. Alright, let's try it from the other side. I get those other pieces in them. Oh, wait, I need side ones here. You see these guys? Angle is stupid. And I'll need those up the side all the way to the end as well. And if I push a little bit on them, it seems to be working. They just need to be pushed. Oh, hang on. That might be too far. Gotta get these center ones in. Yeah, a bit too far. I need to... Rex. Go away, Rex. 1 second, guys. This was supposed to be done an hour ago. Somebody was supposed to bring him down to get outside. But they neglected their chores. Just give me a moment. Soul is fine. Nice. Oh, soldiers, sorry. Yeah, I'm really useless with tags. It is too. Oh, I get it. Nice. Soldier girl. Ah. I appreciate you clearing that one up. And how have you been, Soul? Now, I've got 2 Pomeranians here and they need to get out. So I'll see if there's anyone awake and I'll get them to bring them down. I won't be a moment, guys. My apologies for this. They should have been brought down an hour ago. But they're starting to mob me. You want to say hello, Rex? Do you? You're a good doggo. Yeah? Won't be a moment. Now, back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, they should have gotten down an hour ago. And sometimes I swear they can tell the time. But they were jumping up on me. And I'll just see if I can get a little bit more comfortable. So, this is what we've been doing here, so. This is my first build in Marble. So, I've been playing this on Xbox. It was released about mid-March. And I've had a few updates since then. But finally got enough marble together to try something big. So this is in the plains, and I want this to be pretty bright inside. Oh, nice. You're probably a PC player, I'd assume. Yeah. I haven't met a lot of guys from console here, but there is a few. Yeah. I would usually be playing the likes of Skyrim or, Fallout 4. Did a lot of building in Fallout 4. The system is kind of the same, but there's a good few changes. Oh, you're on Xbox. Nice. So you've been probably playing since March. It's just the vast majority of players I meet here that have played Valheim will be on PC because, it's been on PC for, over 2 years now. So I've been playing since its release. I'm kind of into the building in this, but we've done a good bit of grinding as well. So how long have you been playing? I've never played actually, so on PC. But my sons do, but they're left home for quite some time now. Since release, same as me then, yeah. But probably I haven't spent the same amount of time as I have. You see, I'm retired, I have loads of time. And nothing better to do. So this is what we've been doing here. And when I say we, I mean me. It's more of a colloquial kind of term. But I kind of like the shape of this so far. The problem is getting the inside one. You took a long break. Yeah, it's grindy, isn't it? Getting it high enough. But that's as high as I can make it. I'll try again in a moment if I can see if I can strengthen it up a bit more. But the art walls got me this far, But there's a lot to do on this yet. Oh, well, thank you. I've done a main base. We finished it a few weeks ago. So I wanted to go to this. The other one is done entirely in stone. It's huge. It's bigger than this one. This is, that itself is a 50 meter square. The other one is 100 meters square. It's massive. I don't know if you see me jump back to it. Would you like to see it? So, that one is finished, the decoration, everything. It's a large manor. It's got some nice gardens and crops, and it's got a large harbour with a portal hub, and a lighthouse. Right. It'll give me a break from this. But we are here, and it's over. Where is it again, anyway? It's on the starter island. There it is. Right there. Oh, a ton. To get 100 meters square, you'd have to clear a lot. And you'd have to be lucky enough to find something where you wouldn't be digging down Let's say more than the 8 meters. Took a good while to clear this out. Ah, this is our harbour. How do I get out of here again? Ah, it's a pity about the weather. We'll see if this guy will sleep. Then we get a better view of this. Really, really bad weather. I bet this goes. It does, doesn't it? And it rains so much. It's always kind of miserable and dark. I haven't built in the mountains or the swamp yet, so, you know, looking forward to that. There we go. Oh, let's see, we might get a little bit better on the weather. Ah, it's not too bad. So this is our main base. So we have our crops on each side and these two are identical. Every time when I start to build here in the meadows, I've been getting a good break in the plains for some reason. The weather has been decent, but the early morning fog in the plains is a killer when you're building. Especially if you've dug down a bit, you know what I mean? The ground fog tends to be, you know, at the same level, so it's around the head high. So when you're building, it obscures a lot. So that's all for crops. Some trees along here. We've got a huge walkway that runs around the entire settlement, linked to the house and the harbour. Yeah, I've got a few times, but yeah, it's pretty decent. Basically the same here. We've got a little garden going here. It's a pity I can't grow the mistland plants here. Oh, well, thank you, Sol. This is our very first base here in Valheim. It took me about 4 hours to find a good spot, you know. So this is our very first build. Now we've got that little kind of... it reminds me of a kind of sewer system in a castle that runs beneath the harbour. But inside here, we've got a little bathroom up top as well. We need to take a photo of that one. And good evening to you. Let me see. I get my reading glasses. Riker, is it? It is Riker. I hope you've been well. And thanks for following, Riker. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Well, the second I seen your tag, I automatically thought of Star Trek The Next Generation. Commander Riker. Yeah. And how have you been, Riker? Yeah, Commander Riker. What was his name again? Jonathan Frakes, wasn't it? Yeah. And then you had Patrick Stewart. I think he got a knighthood recently. Oh. Ah, they're the only two I can really... Oh, and Brent Spinner, wasn't it? Data, yeah. Yeah, he was. Yeah. That episode when, you remember, it was kind of... He was duplicated? Yeah. And then you had that... He kind of went over to that Voyager for a while as well. With the Maquis. So our main hall is basically a trophy room. And then we go to our kitchen. We got 2 ovens on this kind of layout. And of course our food storage here. There we go. So that's our kitchen. Oh, our main corridor goes to our forge, and then we go out the exit out to our garden. And there's the rain again. Oh my god, this thing loves to rain. And it's so noisy. If I turn it down, it kills all the sound. Oh yeah, our forge. On the other side, the layout is exactly the same, except unbelievable. Yeah, it always rains, for me at least. It's too much like home, so... So I like symmetry, so the layout is exactly the same. But this is our workshop. And that one. Very noisy, isn't it? Really annoying. There's a stairway that runs each side of the kitchen. It basically leads through a walkway. On each corner we have a kind of lookout outpost kind of thing on that. And we have a display room here. Same over here. And this is our extremely cramped bedroom. Texas, in the south. Nice. Oh, I'm from pretty much the Midlands in my country. And here we have counties instead of states. But my county would be a county called Tipperary. Yeah. And this is our bedroom. And this, I don't know, I put the photography table in here, so I suppose you could call it a war room. Now, there is an attic up top. I finished that in marble, kind of bathroom look. But we need a portal up to that from the harbour. Now we'll head to the harbour. Floods, really, and tornadoes today. Yeah, there was a pretty big storm in the UK. You know, we're pretty close to the UK. I think the closest point would be only about 11, 12 miles across the sea. But we only got the tail end. We're pretty protected here. You know, from the weather. Let's say we're pretty close to the jet stream, so, you know. Even, let's say, when nearby countries get a battering, we usually, you know, manage to avoid it. The climate here is pretty temperate. Rains a lot, but not for long. Yeah. I haven't had heating on Seoul in... Oh my. The only time I kind of like to use wood firing. You You know, I've got a kind of modern system for that. But to be honest, I only put it on for decoration. You know, it's kind of like a Goldilocks zone, where it's never too warm or never too hot. Although, we do get a lot of humidity. Yeah, oh, we get it regularly here. I'd say if you average it out during the week, about twice a day. But they don't call this country green for nothing. Yeah. It's ideal growing weather, you know, where it would rain lightly for a little while. Then you get some good weather, then it would rain again, you know. So we're completely green. So this is our harbour. It kind of serves as our portal hub as well. We kind of recessed those in a wall. Doors that lead out to the garden, so that goes all the way down. Pretty much the same on the other side. Yeah, it's too much for a lot of people. Like, at night or regular humidity. Well, it's been this way for the past 20 years or so. You know, you're talking about 80% humidity. Now, I don't even feel it anymore, you know. But when it starts to hit maybe the mid-90s, that's when I tend to suffer a bit. So tonight is not too bad. Guessing, I'd say it's about 82, I'd say. Very, very high humidity. So you're talking about a small island and it rains a lot. So, you know, you're gonna get that. So this is our harbour. This one kind of turned out a little bit so like a U-boat pen, if you're familiar with that. The harbour didn't turn out too bad. Yeah, yeah, we have it every day. I can handle 80%, you know, but once it hits the 90s, like, oh, like I remember on last Christmas Day, in like 93% humidity. You know, I've always have windows open and fans on, so, you know, there's really no need for heating. And that's our lighthouse. It's a pity the day isn't better. You can see how I put the bonfire on the top. Lighting is useless, but the bonfire is pretty good. I can see that from miles away. I was gonna go with a kind of, you know, kind of Greek style one, where you'd open it up a bit, but it wouldn't really suit. I wanted something more, kind of fantasy medieval kind of thing. Well, it's always going to look medieval with the stone, you know. Now, as we go up, we've got these double stair systems. We've got a little drinking area here. Come back from a hard day sailing, you need a drink, I suppose. Now, double staircase here, and on each side we've got a fermenter and a balcony. Yeah, Vikings have to have their mead. So basically the same thing here. Well, this and on the other side leads out to a walkway. You know, it just goes the entire way around the settlement with these little houses on the side. There's nothing really done with them, just, you know, it would be pointless decorating up here. There's not room anyway. So, like a little guard house, I suppose. Oh, it's a pity about the weather. Now, both here and the other side is basically the fence, but I only get attacked from one side. There's about 5 trolls, and they usually come from there. But I can stop them right about here. I can kill them in pretty much 3 shots. I've got a good bow, and I've maxed out my archery at 100. And with a good obsidian arrow, you'll stop them pretty quickly. And that's the ground bow. That goes the entire way around. So what you see here, it looks like that all the way around. So this is the only way in here. And we pretty much got them. Even the trolls, will slow down to a crawl crossing that. Oh, I spent a good bit of time. Yeah. I did a good bit of the map. But I streamed for about 5-6 hours a day every day, so March was a good bit away. Oh, the windows. Here or in the marble build? Or these ones here on the lighthouse? All of it. Ah. So, there's the attic in the lighthouse. It's a pity about the weather. This place looks pretty nice. You get a nice sunny day. Oh, I think so. Now, well, our bathroom is right up there. You see in the roof on the house, but we can get to it from here. Now, there's a pretty good view from there. And how was your day, Ashriel? So this is our hot tub. And this will stay going indefinitely. There's enough space in the attic, to dissipate the steam. Works pretty much like a fire, really. Now that takes us out to the lighthouse, that portal there. And just some banners and some, seating and that. I am the builder of my group, but this is... Oh, nice. Oh, you play on a kind of group server. Nice. I might eventually get into that and do a server sometime. This game takes so much of my time, so... But I'm not complaining. I need something to do, And this is... here we go. The rain is stopping. Now you can see this place. There you go. It's just the rain makes everything so miserable. Well, groundwork is everything on the build, but that's so. But it's nice to get a few trees in. No matter how you make a base, to a certain extent, it just looks like an empty box. It's the same when you're doing a building, the square buildings. Unless you're highly decorated, but once you spread it out. On this one I've kind of recessed it a bit just to give it some more... Make it more aesthetic, really. Oh, hi MK, how are you? There's a really nice view from here. Now we'll go across to the lighthouse. No, just all you need. There's a lot of time, so... Yeah, just tons of time. Well, loving to build obviously helps. Oh, that's good to hear. Not too bad, not too bad. Thanks for asking, MK. I was just showing Soul. Do you know our main base that we started? We finished it a while back. Decorations are a drag. We could really do with some more furniture items in this game. So we got a walkway that runs around here. And this is how we fill our bonfire. Pretty tight, cramped, this lighthouse. But a 2-meter brick with 1 turn. That's all I could get away with. Or it wouldn't be a round lighthouse anymore, you know? Yeah, but it just takes so long. I wouldn't mind the decorating so much if I had more stuff to choose from. It's kind of limited. Oh, hi Blonde. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. So that's how I've done the bonfire. And we can see this outside from here. Just to use the row of the wisp lights, and you can see the ravens on this. There. There's a settlement from here. But it's 100 meter on the inside. Oh, hi, Bagel Buddy. And how are you? I was just showing Soul, my first base build on Valheim. I was currently doing a kind of marble build in the plains. So I hope you've been well, Bagel. I think you so. Well, I had no choice. I went with a flat roof here. Apexing that would be horrible. And what you see there on the wall, you know, the decoration and that carries on all the way around the entire settlement. It goes on for absolutely ages. And we have no food. We better go get ourselves some food. And that's our Raven Manor, right here in the plain, in the meadows actually. Looking forward to a mountain build, but I can't find a decent spot. Yes, it is, MK. Once you beat the boss, not too many spoilers, I'll try not to do it, but once you beat the plains boss, he drops this stuff and you can make a thing called a wisp fountain, I think it's called. And then if you wait till night, these little creatures will be flying around and you just grab them. And then with some wood from the mistlands, you can make these. And they're called wisp lights. They're mostly for clearing the mist in the mistlands, but I've used them here. And I'll show you the wisp fountain. But that Yag boss, he will drop the stuff you need. He's pretty easy to beat, you know what I mean? If you just leave down the offerings really quick and run, you know, going a bit out, he'll just stand there at the altar and you can pick him off from a distance with a bow. He won't even move. I think it's fair. If he's too stupid to move, yeah, take him out. Yeah. It's the same with bone mass. You know, all I did with bone mass was jump up on top of his shrine. He has the same mechanics as the abominations in the swamp. He'll make these huge swipes, but they're too low, you know what I mean? And okay, you scratch your poison, but take a poison resistance, have a good bit of health, and just keep shooting me in the face with a bow. Yeah. Yeah. But if I don't use a bug or a glitch, you know, I think it's fair. If he can't get me up there, that's his problem. And that's it, guys. That is our Raven Manor build in the meadows. And we've got a little backup ship there in case anything goes wrong. Although I've never lost a ship yet. Yeah. I was expecting it to be a bit... The hardest fight I had was on the mountains with that, oh, what do you call it? That huge bird thing. Yeah, that was the hardest fight I had. That thing got me down to 5 health points at one stage. Yeah. It's pretty deadly. That little dragon thing on the mountain. That was the hardest fight I had by far. I think the queen will be kind of hard to do as well. But what I did was I dug beneath a large rock so I could kind of duck in there. You know what I mean? Which was pretty handy, gave me a good bit of cover. What I didn't realise was that thing, when it shoots that stuff, it smashed the rock. But when it did, it left a little gap in the rock that was underneath hiding. And it perched on the rock. And I shot it on the backside until it died. Again, as far as I'm concerned, that was fair. If it was stupid enough to land on the rock, you know what I mean, that was right beneath it. So there was just enough space for the rock to shoot it in the backside. But it almost had me. But I suppose you could, you know, run around all the time hiding behind rocks and shooting it. But, you know, if you can outsmart it, why not? And that's it. That's our base, guys. I'll grab a bit of food, and we'll go back and we'll start doing the windows. I want to see what it looks like. I have a plan for this main hall, but I need the windows in first so I can see if it will work, you know. So we just grab some food. I think it's sleep time anyway. Or we might have to make some food. We'll wait till we get back. I'm kind of running low on a few sausages and things like that, so in a moment I'll quickly run down. We'll grab some stuff in our warehouse. We have a huge warehouse as well, so that one is finished as well. Although I'm kind of revamping it. I've done the first floor with the new lights, you know, so I just need a second floor. The problem is I have run out of chain links, so I'll have to hit the swamp eventually. You'll get some in the Mistlands, but they're few and far between. I'd say we might make it with these. Yeah, we do it with this and the honey. We won't need full health anyway. You know, we're just building. We're not going out exploring. That would do. Yeah. Okay, we don't need to be mega. We don't need a mega amount of health. Just enough stamina to run around. Yeah, yeah. I'm still kind of experimenting with the marble. You know, this is my first build with it, so I'm trying to get a feel for it. There will be, yeah, but it will be worth it. You know what I mean? It'll definitely be worth it. Yeah, there will be. A few of them will be. You've seen I've had problems with some of them, especially when you're kind of glitching it through. Well, the bar is okay, you know, but it's kind of hard to get it through the crystal. In this game, it's all about the angle, isn't it? Really, more massive every day. Oh, this one is finished. Yeah. And how have you been, Blonde? Sorry, I absolutely forgot you were here. So, what were you playing, Blonde? Some, oh, you were doing Fallout, wasn't it? Yeah, the modded quest. But this one is finished. I won't be adding any more to this guy. I don't think I could even if I wanted to. I think we've passed the limit, to be honest. That's right, yeah. You were saying that last time. Now we'll get back. And this will be a bit grindy doing these windows, but I need to get those first three in. And once I see them in, I can see what I can do with the inside then. We'll go out and we'll keep grinding on that. But as you said, you're correct, Soul. It's going to be hard to get them in. You know, I'll have to keep changing the snapping points. And even at that, you know, it's going to be, oh. Why do I always go for this wrong portal every time? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's speeded up. Oh, these guys, I took their house. And I used the card trick to destroy. I wanted to try it out. To destroy the ward. But their house is gone, and I left them in a ditch and took all their stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I have an idea, but it will always change, so... You know what I mean? You'll meet problems, or you'll always be changing your build as you're going along. You know what I mean? But yeah, you'll always have a rough picture of what you want. Of course. But it will never turn out the way you think it's gonna turn out. You'll see something that maybe it's a bit better, or you might have a little problem here, there, and you kind of adapt, but you're always adapting. Yeah, there is a lot of limitations. Well, this is the one we've been doing in the plains. I think we have a few new viewers. This one is all marble. So I want to go heavy on the marble. I want kind of evil looking, you know? Now you see, I was gonna go with that, but now I've totally changed my mind. And now I'm going something like this instead. I see a small problem here. Soul, but I think I can rectify it. The edges are too much for this. Yeah. I might be able to use something on this. So this is our plains build. I'm going with a really old castle design MK. Croc. I think it used to be a favourite of the Templars in the 9th century. But this is going to take a bit. It's very hard to put together because it's very high. You know, this will be our main entrance. We'll be doing the red carpet runner. We'll have our marble throne here. I didn't make one yet, but it's in here somewhere. There it is. You know, we'll have that marble throne. And we'll do that with red jute, probably. We'll have fireplaces down here, and probably tables for feasting. This is our rough fireplace so far. It's not too bad. I just don't like the wood. I'll see if I can find a way around that. Oh, very finicky. It's very hard to brighten it up. It's not like stone. You see where I've used the jute pieces here. You'll find a problem so with this, with a 2 meter. You want to go in 2 meter slots, the wood is visible. So what I've done is I've just kind of put it on here and cover the edges with 1 meter intervals. So most of the time you're kind of guessing the center point on each. And then when it's not right, you want to snap it. It's very hard to click onto it again, you know, to scrap it. You see where I've done it here, and I need to do the rest of it along. Now, I'm not too fond of this look. Just looks like a dumbbell on its side, so I'll try and revise that. And this is what it looks like outside MK. So it looks the part. Kind of scary. Or a Halloween build. There will be a lot to do on this. I don't know, I might put in some ballistas as well. Why, thank you, MK. I like the design. I was skeptical. So when I was putting it up with the curves, you know, but I gave it a chance until I kind of built down on the side. We should be able to get some reasonable look from this one. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? How was your day? But this one is fun. You know, I get to work with different pieces. So it's definitely fun. And this will keep me interested, you know. But that is the max height I can get. So let's get in and we'll see if we can finish those windows. I can see a problem with that pillar system. We can't really use the bigger ones, they're huge. We'll go up and I'll have a look. I'll find some way around that. There's gotta be a way. There's always a way. I kinda think I know a way around that little problem. You see, once the smaller pillars are in, I'm not too fond of the space we have. You see that space? But I could probably kind of snap these over each other. You see these ones here? Oh, there's no bottom ones. There's only top ones. Goodness. I don't know how we're going to manage that then. Well, I'll get these in anyway, we'll see. It might have to do. There's got to be something I can find. On vacation. Oh, cool. Until my contract ends next month. I hope you're enjoying it so far. My paperwork to separate. Oh, yeah, you've got to do all your paperwork and stuff. Okay, we'll finish this anyway. But every time I do a build, we'll take something away from it and we'll learn something. Okay, let's figure out the snapping problems on this. We'll do it one step at a time. We'll spend a good bit of time on this until I get what I want, and then we'll kind of really get into this, the flow of things. Just wanted to finish one of these windows to see what I'm dealing with. Oh, that was easy. I like it so far. You see what I mean? Oh, the space is not too bad. Just maybe I'm too fussy. Now, you see, no matter what I do here, isn't it a pity, soul, that we can't turn these upside down? These would have been ideal. Such a pity. Now, using these are useless. Because all I'm doing is coming down. I'm still going to get 4. Well, I'll have a look and we'll see. No. That won't work. You see what I mean? Pity. Okay, we'll go with that. Yeah, if I could turn them upside down. I think on PC there's a mod so you can get them to snap upside down. They would just be tapered enough. Well, that is by far the best system. Now, you could do something kind of silly here, but I don't think it would suit. You know, I could run them here. Oh, you think this is a bit much, guys? And I'll do the other side on the outside. Is it too scary? You know what I mean? See, the problem with doing that is... yeah, maybe. Yeah. We could do it on the outside as well. But for me, it kind of kills my view. You know? We'll consider it. Now, there's another thing that I want to do with this, and I'll show you why I might not use this. But the problem is the glitching on the roof below. You see this edge that we have? I'd have to probably remove bricks for this, but it might be worth a shot. You see that kind of edge? Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah. Especially if I want to go with something like this. On the top it would have been ideal. Now, the problem is, how much is this glitching through the bottom? And most likely what I'll have to do with this is remove this bottom one. And let's see. Does it cause any grief out here? No, it's not too bad. But then if I remove these, you know what I mean? I'm kind of in trouble because what will happen is it will be single brick running across because they're going. That works for me. I think it's okay. It's a lot of marble. But I can't have that, you know, it needs to be sloped. I know it doesn't look much, but when the whole thing is done, you know, that would be ideal. And I've got the pieces, so there's no excuse. But I'm talking about a lot of marble. What I need to do now is check this here and see if it's kind of glitching the roof. I hate that when it happens. No, it looks good. Nice. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Let's finish that. It's going to take about 50k to finish this. Soul in marble. But I've been turning up the resources for this, you know, once I'm hitting the marble, guys. Because, to be honest, I don't think without that there was even be enough in the seed to finish. I want to minimize the wood on this as much as possible. So that's how we go, guys. So we've got that sorted. I'm still iffy about this, but what can we do? Okay, let's finish. Let's finish this guy and see what we've got. And get at least one of these windows up. I've seen on PC, so let's say they can change the direction of the pieces, and you know the red jute carpets. They've been using them as kind of drapes, which is a good plan, you know. But we don't have that luxury here on console. Oh, hi, EB. And how have you? And what have you been up to? So we'll go with something like that. If we could finish one of these windows to our satisfaction, we'd have a kind of template then, because there's going to be 3, 6, there's going to be 12 of these. You know what I mean? And then I'm thinking, as the centerpiece part, I'll try and get up a little bit higher. But I want it to be a bit different. Here I might be able to go with a central pillar. My problem is the foundation, you know. So what I might do to give us that a little bit more strength is do what I'm doing, let's say, here. And then I can just step over that later. That would be easy enough. And I might even raise the platform here a little bit. But that's way down the line. I'm just kind of thinking ahead a little bit. Yeah. It's not too bad. Just trying to get it... You know, it's the first marble bow, just kind of working out the stuff on it. You know. Yeah, let me get something to drink. I've got to drink a lot of liquids. I've been trying to flush a kidney stone. But it's 12 of these going in. You know. Or use the rounded piece on that. Yeah, oh yeah, it'll be going up to that, but it will still leave that kind of square look on the top. I would much like it to be tapered, but you know what I mean? Yeah, lots of water. Mm-hmm. And around the piece are the pillars. Now there's the large ones, but as I said, it looks too much like a dumbbell. You see what I mean? And these guys here would have been ideal. Well, not really. Not for the centerpiece, but for the side piece, maybe. There's nothing else I could use. Those would have been ideal if I could put them upside down, but I can't. It's a kind of interesting look. Nah, we're good. Okay, we'll sort this one later. Let's fix this. And then we'll do the little alterations to it as we go along. Any advice on if I should sail a boat with like over 3,000 weight, have carts on it, and the boat is weighed down? Oh my. Maybe make a couple of trips, I suppose. I haven't used the boat that much, EB. No. No. You see, it's always going to be at least that point. Now, remember, we're working with symmetry, so if I bring this in on a point, this is between bricks. You get what I'm saying? So I could cross it over that side, but it's still 1 meter over. So what I would have to do is I would have to freehand a brick like this in the center of that. And that's the only way I could lap it. You get what I'm saying? We're talking a half a meter. Yeah, the thought did cross my mind. Now, out from the fact that you'd have to get that absolutely perfect for it to work 12 times, once I freehand that piece, any pieces I stick to will just let the rain through. I tried it before on wood, and it would throw off my design here on the roof big time. Well, maybe not so much, but definitely on the side. You see, the whole lot will be done like that and covered. We need it for, you know, it's now if I had to go with an uneven number, then again, there's pros and cons to working with even numbers and uneven numbers. Uneven numbers are pretty good for central pieces, but the downside is when you're working with that, getting the symmetry in the build is almost impossible. So here I've worked with 12 meters on each end. You see, there's from here 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5. This says there's 10 meters, 10 meters, 10 meters to the pillar, all the way around. So to get that central point, like you're thinking about something like this. Let me show you. Let me get this other one going here. And the thought had crossed my mind, but the second I realized I was working with the we're talking about that kind of thing, and get everything down to a point like that, and that would be perfect. The problem is that would have to be dead center. Now let me show you. Oh, that thought crossed my mind. But I'm thinking about using that pillar system inside so I can get away with it there. I'm gonna check it later. Now, that's our dead center. Okay, actually we might have a point. I've pushed the sides over. I've pushed the sides over. No. I'd have to change the whole roofing system. This would have to be pushed back one block. But I could do that and then replace them again once I have it in place. Let me see. This would close it down a lot. It would give me an extra meter on each side. I'll give it a shot. We'll see. I looked at this earlier and I think it closed it down a bit. Let's get some sleep. I think I closed in the side a little bit when I came out of brick. Let's have a look. I think we might be able to get away with this. It's worth spending a bit of time on this window. If we can get this one right, we can move on. The problem is, I think I might have to kind of slip it over one on the other, and that's going to make that V coming down the bottom pretty small. I had a look at something similar earlier and decided against it, but let's see. Oh no, I'll tell you why I decided. So, this is a double brick. It's 2 meters. This is a 1 meter piece. So, even if I'd have to push that on the center of the 2 bricks on top, and I'd have to freehand it, and there's no half-meter pieces. Let's say I'd have to go on the center of a 2 meter with that. I think that's why I decided against it. You see this? So it would have to be dead center on one of these like that, and I'd have to freehand it into place. Imagine doing that with, what, 3 dozen pillars. Yeah, like that one there. And that would cause me all kinds of problems. Pity. Yeah, I forgot about that. We're going 2 bricks. I made windows by putting wood against it to snap it over. Oh yeah, you can do that. But remember, I'm coming out central on 2 bricks. Well, it's worth a try. Maybe if I lap it over the other way. Oh, hi Lucy, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. See, there's a certain look I want from this, and that's kind of changing what I wanted. No matter how okay, I'll show you what I mean. A picture is worth 1,000 words, they say. The problem when you're going with a 2-meter piece, you're gonna... Now, here we go. These are the pieces here, okay? So... You're talking about doing this. So let's say we just get it like that. See where I'd have to come on the inside of that? I'd maybe solve the issue here, but we still have this poking out because I'm using it on both sides. Now the only way obviously to not use it on both sides is to go between the brick on the inside. You know, to get that 1 meter. Now, let me show you this. I can manage it here because I'm not working with that kind of restriction. Yeah, but even at that, that's a 2. I would have to freehand that guy. I'd literally have to freehand it and get it leveled up. That would be a nightmare. And there's no way I could change the bricks on the top to kind of aid it because it's between the lines. But you could freehand it like that if you spent enough time on it. I'd have the exact same problem on the windows. Remember, we're dealing with 2 meters, so... Here, let me show you. Yeah, let's do it here. Oh, that's a pity. I'll do it outside. So that's basically our wall here. And it's got to be 2 pieces. The glass and all that junk is running here. Now, let's say the only way you're going to get that to suit the pillar, remember the pillar is 1 meter here. Like that. So you're talking about you couldn't go out any further than that. That's the way you'd have to do it. So this is, you know what I mean? 1 meter here, 2 meters on the top. But I would need the 2 meters to cover the window. If I didn't do that, it's obviously going to be 1, so I'm going to have to get between it. So there's no snap point in this. So this would be freehand. But once I do that, you know what I mean, it throws off what I've done on the outside as well. Now, there might be another way around it. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There might be another way to manage this. But remember the pen meta I was talking about? That might be a better system. Now that would work, let's say, if we were doing a central pillar, if I didn't already commit to the double wall on the side, if I was doing it in the middle of a roof. You're talking about getting right dead in the center, a half a meter over on each side. Yeah, they're nasty, aren't they? But I like these kind of problems because I'll tell you why so. Did you ever get these kind of problems and it got you to change your build slightly? So you never really know what you're going to end up with. You kind of build and you make compromises as you go along. The Fewlings, yeah, they're nasty little creatures, aren't they? And thanks for that shout out, Blonde. I appreciate it. Oh, wrong soda. Yeah, I've been trying soda as well. I know I shouldn't be. But that one is a bit vapid. So, what were you streaming, Lucy? My apologies. You know me, when I'm building, I get carried away. Oh, excuse me. Gothic 2, nice. Now, we could go with this system. And who knows, it might work out better. We won't know till we do a little bit of it. How am I... Okay, it's probably down this side. I don't know, it might be a bit much. We're talking about tons of marble again. Yeah, let's get up here. This would solve our problem. Kinda. But you'd have to repeat the same thing, I suppose, on the inside. So, we could go with this kind of system. I could break this straight across, and we could... go with something like this. And I'm not too fond of it, to be honest. And then you'd have to do that on this guy here. You never know. It might actually work. And you'd be carrying on this design. Well, I could lift it up. I could lift it up maybe one more. You know? Pretty good, pretty good. No, not as nice. You see what I mean? You're kind of going with a kind of pyramid system. Now, something like that, strangely in the center, might have some look to it. You'd be going along like that. Well, that's one way of doing it. Now, this is kind of, the way I had it was kind of decent. But we're already working on a kind of set, kind of thing on the roof. And there's no half meters in this for snapping. So, how was your day, Lucy? And we'll just go through a little few bits and pieces on this and we'll see. It's my first time working with this on a big build, so want to get a kind of feel for it. Yeah. Oh, there's no other pieces I can work with. I'm definitely not going with that guy. Horrible. Oh, I don't know. Let me see. Pretty odd, yeah? Oh. Let me see. Okay. Interesting. It's always been a bit clumsy on the floor, but coming out a bit. Let's get bottom center, corner, top center. Come on. That is not top. It is top center. Oh, it's coming out tons, isn't it? I don't think it is top center. Well, I haven't got the guys on the other side. It might work. Let me see. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I can't get it to snap in properly anyway. There it is. No. Silly thing. That should go in a lot better than that. There it is, there I think. That's the top center. No. Okay, we go bottom center. Doesn't really make a difference on this guy. Nah, we'll go with that. That's good enough. I'll revisit it a bit later. It's bogging us down too much. Right, let's get the other pieces in. And we'll move along with a heavier building. And I'll revisit the top thing. Top edge. Which piece is that? I don't have a lot of pieces to work with. But these are the only ones I could really use, give me the look I want. Those ones are unusable. Oh, to get that piece in, yeah, I'm not happy with it anyway. It's too bulky. I was just messing with it to see what it looks like. Like, here would be a good way to work it, let's say. See, it's snapping onto the crystal. See, you'd have to do that along all of the ones on the bottom, and it would really mess up my view. Big time. And if I brought them to the floor, it would look horrible. And it would spoil the trim here as well. No, I was just messing with it. Seeing what it looked like. But too bulky. Now let's finish this and then we'll move on. No, I'll just, when I see it something like that, I'll exhaust all of the options. So then if we're doing a build again, we kind of know where we stand. No. Or stick to my original plan for the time being. There. Okay, that looks good. Let's get rid of our walkway. Before we do, we'll see if there's any marble up here. Oh, there was marble stuck on that. I hate it when that happens. There. I'll leave the bottom one in for a while, in case I want to do some work on this. You see, I could go with this as well, but that's gonna kill it then. You know, if you can't do it on the other side as well, you know. But that should work. That should help us. It's still good, you know. I just wanted to see if I could improve on it. Well, with the pieces we have, not really. The only way out of that would have been if these were, you know, the other way, upside down. That would have worked. Out from that, there's not much we can do in it. But that's good enough. Just needed to know. Now a couple more to do here, and then we'll be good. And for the time being, that's one of our windows finished. Oh, this was the one that was giving us trouble, wasn't it? Ah, I see. Maybe we were a little bit premature removing that walkway. No. I always kind of check everything to the end. You see, there's no problem. So, I'm still getting a feel for the pieces. You know what I mean? So, anything new, I'll exhaust my options on it. I know it wastes a bit of time, but in the long run, I can know its limitations. You know what I mean? If I'm doing a certain build and, you know, doing it in a certain way, let's say, and my measurements are, let's say, even with, let's say, 2-meter strips. You know what I mean? But I always like to try and explain what I'm doing, you know. You see, I have a certain way I want to do this. So that kind of limits to a certain extent as well. Now, what I find, if you're doing something a certain way and you start to change, well, it's like when you fix a problem, you know, when you're building, so you find a way around it. And then 20, 40 hours into the build, you find out that making that change has caused 2, if not 3 other problems. So once you come up with your basic design like this, you know what I mean, you have to be kind of careful. That's no good either. I don't know how many times I've done that, pushed the wrong button. Right, there it is, we're nice and close. Oh, you good thing. We got it. That's it for the time being, guys. I'm kind of happy with that. And we took out a piece here. Alright, let's replace that. We'll get some sleep. And then I'll start the wars. Now, I've done the other ones here, so it should go pretty quickly. Right, get some sleep. Oh yeah, I've got to get the metal struts in. I can always move them later, but I think it's going to help with the centerpiece I want to put on this. I'm hoping to get a little higher, but I'm skeptical, to be honest. No, but I'll always fuss about a problem like that for a little while until I exhaust all the options, and then if I'm doing another build and I come up with something similar, I know exactly what I can and can't do, or if it would work or not. Sometimes I come up with a better design, and sometimes, you know, there's just no way around it, and you've got to compromise a bit. I'm not sure. I can't tell how many pieces I've used. And when you say ceiling, you mean like before you start getting problems with big builds. The build that I did, the one I showed you, the original base, that's 100 meters square, highly decorated. For that I had to terraform back about 300 meters and remove everything to get that in. So I would say if you're going to highly decorate like I did, to keep it nice, you want to be doing 50 meters square. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like to get that to work, like I took everything. You know what I mean? I terraformed for days on that. Yeah. So about, you know, if you don't want to take out half the map, you're talking about half the size of that base. You know, I can't tell you. I'd love to know how many pieces I use because it would help me a lot. You know what I mean? But that's why this one here is 50 meters square. I know it's 70 meters if you take the wall into account, so I did have to compromise a bit, but it should work out, you know, just about within the tolerance. Because I'll plaster everything on this, you know, probably. Although with a black marble you can't really do that. It's not like stone where you can really plaster it up. So this one should work out. Well, the other one did as well, but I had to do a lot of work to get it to... At one stage there I was getting a bit of a frame drop, so I really started, you know, taking out the forests and all of that stuff because of it, and it cleared it up. But to be honest, in that first place, it was always a bit fidgety, a bit jumpy. You know, even before I started building, you know, when I'd run, I'd get that little bit of stagger. Right, let's do our metal work before we do anything else. Now, this is going to take us a while. Would you believe, guys, I've been on 4 hours already? Oh, all gone. 300 meters back. Yeah, I worked it out when I was taking out the trees, the rendering, you know. It's roughly about 300 meters. Once I started taking the trees, when I looked from a distance and moved forward, I could see the ground roll ahead of me, and I could see exactly where it was on the settlement, on the walls, and it was roughly about 250, 300 meters. Oh, hi Yoda, and how are you? So I was thinking clearing back, you know, beyond that. Maybe 300 meters would help us as much as possible. And taking out every stone, every plant, you know, around in that area. There's not much I can do about the respawning enemies and animals and that, so, you know, just everything that was breakable I took away. It is. This is kind of small compared to our main base, Yoda. But this one we're doing in marble. For the mountain, nice. I've been doing a little bit on the Mistlands. Yeah. The boss there, in my opinion, is probably the hardest boss so far. I don't know what the queen is like. I haven't taken the queen yet. But let's say um, Bone Mass and that guy Yag, yeah, they were a cakewalk compared to that one. Oh, nice. You'll find the Mistlight is rubbish, and it can't be upgraded. It's a pity. And when you get there, you know, you want to be looking for an infested mine as quickly as possible. Yeah, you'll need to get your black cores. You can upgrade then to the, I think it's called Carapace armor, yeah. Ah, yeah. Bone Mass was easy. I'm wearing the Carapace armor here. And I think I have the helmet in storage while I'm doing this. But there it is there. And I could only get level 3 on the forge. I think somebody was saying you've got to wait till the Mistlands till you get the next level. It's just pretty naff. But you really need the feather cloak, so yeah, you're going nowhere without the feather cloak. So get yourself an infested mine, get the cores, build yourself that magic table, and make that feather cloak as quickly as possible. And thanks for following, Yoda. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Now we'll keep going, and I'll start to build up the sides on this. Yeah, that took me a bit of a while, but I just wanted to exhaust my options on that. I'll have a look at it again later, and I'll see what I can do. So, okay, let's start working on this. And these I can take out later if they become a problem. But for the time being, I need to cut into these guys for a while. Okay, we need some iron. Right. And these will be hidden eventually, so we don't have to fret too much about them. Now I need to find the original one here. I want to tap into that guy. There he is there. Okay, I need the wood. And this goes right across to our stone pillars. That will definitely give us a bit of a break. There. Oh, we'll repair that up. We'll put the 4 across here. I might go with a larger archway over that. But what I'm thinking about is a step up. You know what I mean? Onto a centerpiece. Here in the middle. We won't be restricted like we were downstairs. Bomas, Blunt Frost, yeah. Well, what I did with him, you know that shrine? I just jumped up on that and spammed arrows into his face. It was kind of fun. Yeah. To kill the large rock creatures in the mountain. I always use a bow. But the best weapon against him is a pickaxe, apparently, Yoda. Does massive damage, a pickaxe. But I'll tell you what I do. There's some large, strange rock formations. and I just jump on top, and I have I've maxed out my bow skill. You know, I can kill him with about 12 to 15 arrows. Well, 20-ish anyway. Yeah, yeah. Apparently a pickaxe does the most damage, which kind of makes sense. You know, he's a rock creature. You know. But I use obsidian arrows. And I've got a ton of crystal. Just up high like that. And it'll just stand beneath you. Make sure you're about that height. Because you can break a rock as well. And then I just spam them with a bow with obsidian arrows. I've killed many of them. It's the easiest way. But I can run away from them as well and just hit them with the arrows. Can usually knock them probably with about 20 arrows. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. About 20 arrows. Depends on your bow skill. My bow skill is maxed out. And, you know, I used obsidian arrows. So, you know, even if they're not... Even if they're resistant, let's say, to pierce, you know, a high enough skill will get them down pretty quickly. And it's fast. Yeah, I've killed tons of them. It's going to be a little harder for me to see this thing. Oh, there it is. Now... Right, let's just repair this for a moment. And we just get ourselves a little bit organized. Oh, hang on. Silly. We're going across from here as well. You see that one going down there? That's going into a stone pillar. You know, just beneath this kind of ground pillar. 100, Yoda. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. 100 is the max. I've got fists up to 84, jump is 100, run is 100, swords is almost 100, then I'll switch to knives. Clubs, oh, I got 100 on clubs. Blocking 51, axes 100, wood cutting 100, swims 72, knives 22, spears 6, sneak 40, pickaxes 100. I've been doing a lot of digging. Pole arms are 45, crossbows 19, and I haven't done the magic thing yet. I'll do that a little later. But 100 is the max skill. But you'll really see the difference after, let's say, after about 60. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Staffs. Yeah, a couple of staffs. And a new outfit. I didn't get around to making them yet. I'll do it a little later. Yeah, kind of Skyrim thing, you know? There. Now. And this will greatly strengthen up this on the top, I would say. Well, it definitely won't do any harm. I'll have this wall covered later. There. And this is the last of it, and then we can start doing our thing. Oh, I just needed this to be done, you know. Okay. Right, let's cover this up and then we'll do the pillars going up. We just repair what we did, but that's the best we can do on the groundwork so far. And this will go reasonably quickly, although we've got to make the pillars, you know, the little things for the windows as well. So we're talking about a ton of metal, but I have a good bit in reserve, but that will go pretty quickly, so I think we should have enough to last the stream at least. Right. Now there's method in that madness, let's say. You know, once we get to the top at least. I have a long way to go. Yeah, the game can take some time, can't it? I may go do some building now. Need to finish my longhouse. Cool. And I hope you enjoy your game, so. And thanks again for stopping by and following. Appreciate it. I hope you have, I'm not sure of your time zone, but I'm guessing it's probably nighttime for you. If so, I hope you have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, so. Bye. Now, I just need my little ironwork. It shouldn't slow us down too much. Now, this one is going to give me some problems, guys. Sugar. Yeah, this is going to give me mega problems. You see, I wasn't expecting to be doing those middle ones. And that one is okay. Now this one here is giving me a mega problem. You see that? It needs to be pushed over on this one. I wasn't too bothered the first time because I had a different plan that time. I will rectify that little problem. See, I went there, we should have been there. I went there. But that was before I planned the windows, you know? Oh. 9:30, that would be PM, is it? Yeah, it's 5:30 AM for me. I'm going to call it and have a great stream. And thanks again for stopping by and raiding Blonde. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day. And stay safe. Bye. This is where I've got it. It doesn't matter about this guy going across here, to be honest. But you know what? No, it doesn't really matter that much. Even that one, I'd say we'd kind of get away with. But definitely not the other one. I'm gonna find out now. Yeah, you see it there? Yeah, we'd get away with it. We're going actually there. Yeah, we get away with that one. It's about right. Now, this guy here. This, however, is a different matter. I think I might have pushed that over because of that. Okay, that's good enough. Now, we'll get our snaps exactly how we want them. There. Let me just patch this guy up. Oh, hang on, there's one more to go there. Oh, that's not a problem. We should be able to push it in that way. There we go. Okay, we need some... Oh, we're gonna be really going to the iron in this one, aren't we? There. They're pretty much ready. Now this is going to be... coming up the side, we'll get another one. We'll make this as strong as we possibly can. We'll need it if we're going to support the roof. Right. No, I'm not sure. I think we have a ton of metal down here. Oh yeah, we've got tons of it. We're not too bad. I tell you, we'll need it to. We haven't done those. I'll do those later. We just try and get something done on these. Now. Right, okay. We need wood. I think we exhausted our supply. I don't know, there should be some here, I'd say. Yeah, we went through that road pretty quickly, didn't we? Oh, 11:26 p.m. Yeah. Yeah, 5, what's half 5 for me? 6 hours, yeah. That would leave you in the US. I think the 6 hour difference, it's not central, I think it's East Coast, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, depending, let's say, on which of the states you are. I think it's something like 5 to 7 hours. Right, let's get some wood. So we'll concentrate on the metal framework. We'll get some of the heavy lifting done. That was stupid. I can change the tag from here and we'll go straight out. There we go. Okay, where are we? The wood is down here. Well, that would do. That's 200. We'll do this for a while. We get some sleep and then we'll start to close this in. The windows will delay us a little bit, but not by much, I'd say. Just got to make sure that the ironwork is lined up and neat. I'll grind on the other two windows later, I'd say, and get them up. Now, we just get these in line. What's that? 1, 2, 3. So, I think I need them 6 high. Okay. I think it's there. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, okay, we need some metal. That we can do. Oh, hi Corin. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Corin? Have you finished Mass Effect yet? We have a rough design for one of our windows, but we've been fussing on it for ages. But we'll go with this for the time being. This kind of look. But we need 11 more. 6 hours, nice. The grand finale. Oh, cool. So something like that, and then I'll do the inside. I kind of like. Once I get the other ones in, it will look okay. You know, these won't have to be redone. I was gonna go with something like that, but it's too obstructive. Oh, hi Atkins, and how have you been? Well, I hope. So I think we'll dedicate what time we have left to some of our ironwork, I would say. Oh yeah, I've got a good bit of marble. But war modifiers, 3 times resources, has helped a lot. I have a good bit in storage. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that's going to be quite sore for a few days. I hope you recover quickly. Never had that actually myself. I would imagine, it's pretty painful. I have the joint pains, all right. But you can manage it. Well, that's not too bad. No, hang on. I think it happened to my shoulder once. Yeah, and that was a long time ago. Okay. Let's keep on with these guys then. Oh, we're gonna really eat some metal here. We're gonna eat up the metal on this one. But we'll get there. I've got tons of it. For a while at least, Atkins, I'd say. No problem, Cor. Nice. I hope you enjoy your food. Okay, how many's in that, guys? Am I going blind? Oh, that one. There's a miss snap. Look at that. Look at that. I knew there was something off on that little guy. I should be doing this as I'm moving up, really, but... There. Okay, so far so good. Really? I hate that when you run out of something on the very last piece. I'm auto battling my Dead Rising. Nice at the moment. My new PC controller comes Monday. Oh, cool. Or Tuesday. Then I'm gaming all night in Valheim. Nice. We're getting all of our metal work up on this. Getting it over and done with. Well, that's okay. Now, let's seal this back in here. We get this part of it over. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna have to get a crystal on these other guys here before we could even attempt to put the pillars in. Kinda awkward now when I got these guys in. I can try it either side, it doesn't really matter. There. And the spaces are the same. Let's see if I got this right. I'll have a look on the outside. Yeah. That's right. No, I just thought I might have been going sideways there for a moment. Very easy to lose track of this. Wireless, nice. Oh, yeah, definitely. Although the charging can be a pain on those. Okay. We were gone from Arbo anyway. Oh, idiot. I don't know how many times I've made this stupid mistake. And a crossover on the next one. Make sure that's right. It is. Yep. Yeah, it's so repetitive. You know, you start to do the same thing twice. I think 3 archer skellies running around the swamp will be entertaining, yeah. They're annoying, aren't they? Okay. This might give me a bit of hassle. That's funny, usually... Ah, there it is. Usually doesn't... really give that much hassle. You're going to give a hassle from now on, isn't it? Gotcha. We'll get there. We will get there in the end. Let's see which snap is that. Bottom one. No. Bottom two. I need to click on that corner there. At the hope. Top three. Top four. Bottom three. Make it back a bit more. There it is. Bottom three. Increasingly more difficult, I'd say, as we go up. I probably need a scaffolding to finish the rest of this little guy. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll fight for this a bit, I'd say. Now, really. Oh, we're going for marble. Yeah, they're big pillars, aren't they? Oh, well, thank you, Atkins. Appreciate it. Just had my first circling raid. It was... Yeah, they are pretty interesting, aren't they? Did you get a wolf raid yet? Yeah, they're pretty nasty. Aren't they? Yeah, and annoying. Very annoying. But I was mostly getting fueling raids. Yeah, wolf raid is interesting. You get a ton of skin from that one. Pals, yeah. Now, this is the big stuff we're trying to get out of the way. And then we'll do the finer detailing. I'm just gonna get the biggies out of the way. But I've been on almost 5 hours and it only seems like 2. I'll have to do a good bit of grinding on this today. I'll try and... Well, we're going to restructure these windows. You know, so they're exactly like that. I might have the time to finish them myself today. But because this is already up, it takes 3 times longer, 10 times longer probably, than doing them the other way. So they'll have to be scrapped out and these changed to look like that. But yeah, I think that's what I want. I'll go with that. That was interesting, but I want more of a view, you know? Yeah, yeah. If you can get something that, you know, keeps you interested. And trying to get this up high has really kept me interested. It's like a little jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? But in that sense, anyway, Atkins' time is relative. You know, when you're engaged and interested and having a good time, it goes by pretty quick. I'm telling you, when you're in pain, every minute is like an hour. Pizza in the oven. Nice. Right, let's get some sleep. I'll bring up some more metal. We will be using a ton of it. Absolute ton of it. Okay. Sleepy time for this guy. You added some tuna. Nice. Yeah, we'll get to this one after. Once I get time. That's one thing about the plains. You know, the early morning fog. Killer. Pineapple. Oh. Oh, definitely. Pineapple is an acquired taste, alright. Yeah, it takes too long. You need something quick. I know exactly what you mean. But I had this friend once. We used to always go to lunch. But he used to absolutely disgust me with mayonnaise. Like, there's mayonnaise and then there's mayonnaise. But this guy used to... It was literally dripping from it. And the smell. That vinegary smell. Oh. It turned my stomach every time. I don't like mayonnaise, but still, I can kind of tolerate it, you know. But this guy, like, would really heap it on. Literally dripping. Ooh. Horrible. I haven't thought of that in the longest time. It's just when you mentioned the pineapple thing. Can it come back to me? Okay. Okay, we'll get the groundwork pieces in and then we'll just plant on them. Those ones are pretty central, so they're okay. It's funny. I probably fell off the edge or down to the roof. Right, I will just do that little thingy along here. We'll make sure this one is lined up as well. Mayo, yeah. Not a big fan of mayo either. Or ketchup, I'm pretty strange. Very, very picky. Yeah, that's good. Now, where's that little side guy? There it is. Well, that's part of the wall for the bridge, so we'll be avoiding that one. So we'll get just the starter pieces in. And then we'll start building them up. There. Nice. Okay. I will most likely be doing this guy as well, won't I? Yeah. Well, we'd need some support. It's just where a door will be. But Oh, halfway would make a difference. We'll go back to about here. Yeah, that would do it. Let's see, can we get a... Oh, that's nice. We'll get a decent snap on that one. There. Now we're getting there. So we get all this in, at least it looks like we've done a bit more. And that one will be going among up on the inside, won't it? Probably. Huh. What are we missing anyway? Iron. Not surprised. Not surprised. And then I'm doing... the outside of this. Oh yeah, we're going with that little pillar thingy. Yeah, we're going with that little pillar thingy. There. Okay. Now we're getting there. We just get this over with. Marble. Alright, we'll soon have this knocked into shape. Don't fall off the edge. Aha, wood. Right. Oh my. At least we're getting it done quickly. That's me done in Valheim till my controller comes. I need 2 back and resupply. But that comes. Going to be a lot of messing around. I used to like catch up as a kid. Now, not so much. If any at all, I prefer other sauces. So, what exactly is... Oh, sorry, ketchup. Oh, yeah, I get you. Yeah, ketchup, yeah. No, never liked it, or tomatoes. Too bitter, you know, too sour. Yeah, ketchup. Yeah, it just took a while to sink in. Just took a while to sink in. No. I remember they were trying to force me to eat it. Don't ever try to force me to do anything. 0 chance then. Just took a few seconds to sink in. Oh, you fluff. Now. Let's get a couple of these in from... Oh, the wood. Of course, of course. Now. Ooh, that iron is not lasting long. Now, it's time for a good ear scratch, guys, I'm afraid. Do you find that with heavy earphones, you know, when there's a lot of humidity, Corin, you get unbelievably itchy ears? I'm going to use a Q-tip, and I know I shouldn't. It's a good way to get an ear infection, but this is desperate. One moment, guys. Oh, that's some relief. I wouldn't mind a mic system where I wouldn't have to use a headphone, but I'd need OBS from the PC for that. Or it wouldn't work properly. I'm really badly off here on console, you know. We always pay the most for the least. Now. Okay, we're almost through this one. Nice. Okay, let's fix this back up. At least we've got a start on this now. Okay. Now we get serious with this iron and stuff. We'll build it up slowly. We'll have to put in a walkway shortly. Right. Oh, there's that much iron there, is there? And would you believe, I think we'll be going... No, we got a bit of wood. Not too bad. Then we'll switch to the marble, then back to iron again. And maybe work on these and get them up to full length. Oh! Oh, you're kidding me, there goes my hammer. Keep forgetting to actually repair that thing, you know that? So we need wood, big time. I don't think we've got much here, have we? Oh, well, we've got enough for 5 more. Yeah, okay. Let's use up our wood before we get another supply. Oh, we have enough for 5. So how many have we on this tree, is it? Yeah, we need 3 more on that. Well, we'll waste up the other 2 on this. So, we're going for some wood. Pizza is calling. No problem, Corin. And a mouse. I've never used them, actually. Yeah, never used them. Not being used to them would be more of a hindrance. I couldn't imagine playing without a controller. But I suppose it would be someone who has only played on PC would be the same, you know, with a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I see my sons do it, but I never used a PC. But I'm of a mind, let's say, that, you know, if ever I do, you know, bother with a PC, I would still play with a controller, you know, one of these. It's what you're used to, really, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Now I get you. Yeah. Yeah. I misunderstood. You say, oh yeah. You've got no, yeah, I get it now. I thought you were referring to using a mouse would be easier, but you're saying you would, yeah. I get it now. I thought I'd seen if instead of but. What does it say about if? The biggest little word. I have a habit of glancing at messages, not reading them properly. Okay. So, what's going on here? I should be able to carry a lot more. Oh, I brought the metal with me. Okay, if I'm gonna be... Yeah, if I'm gonna be doing that, then let's go for it. Yeah, let's go for it. If I'm gonna be waddling. Ah, that's definitely enough wood. Not for you, no. I've seen my sons, you know, they still prefer controllers. I was saying you can use those as well. But I've seen them play with mouses as well. And see that stupid metal. Now, let's see if we can get it. Well, once I get up there, I'll have to cap this over and there'll be one coming out to support it. You know, much like I've done here. It can't be seen because it's, you know, beneath, well, in the marble, really. Oh, hi, Solar. And how are you? And what have you been up to? But we're not going to go with these windows. We're going to do something like this instead with the crystal. I want to open this up a bit, Solar. There's a good bit to do on this. So how have you been? And how was your day? It's a pizza. Nice. But it's slow work on this. Ah, well, keeping busy is good, Soul. Ah, that's good to hear. Well, I don't know if it's a masterpiece, but it's fun. It's definitely fun. Something like this. And it'll be going all the way around. And then I'll have to think up something as a centerpiece here. But it should work out. It's kind of looking okay outside. Yeah, an idle mind is the... yeah. And what is it? Idle hands do the devil's work. Another one. Yeah, well that's good. That's an old one, alright. Do you remember that, well, you couldn't really call it propaganda, but during the Second World War, they had those posters. What was it again? Loose lips sink ships. Yeah, I think it was something got to do with, you know, spies listening to the gossip and that, getting locations. Yeah, but it's nice to have, yeah, and I say whatever you need, you know, and have a little bit put aside, you know, in case something goes wrong. Of course, yeah, one has got to provide for one's family. Yeah, yeah, and get some quality of life. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Oh, nice. Right, okay, let's keep going with this. My ears are pretty itchy tonight because of these earphones. Let me see, I'll get my hair back a bit. There. Okay, let's keep going with this stuff. Oh, you'd have to be up a meter on that. Come on, don't be like that. There. Okay. Oh, I missed one here. I missed one. Yeah, we'll start our ironwork. There's a lot of ironwork in this. At least we'll have it out of the way. But it is repetitive. Yeah, we're getting there. Ooh, that's steep, isn't it? Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. You know, before I'll have to do a lot. You know, I'll have to put up some kind of scaffolding to snap a piece. Yeah. Yeah, it's saving me a bit of time, especially on these larger builds. Oh, that would have been a nightmare without the update. You know, you'd have to keep building a scaffolding. You know, every 6 meters or so. But I definitely found a use for my my crystal after. Oh, hi Riker. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been? And hi, Sleepy Gamer. Appreciate the follow and welcome to the community. Hope you've been well. So this is what we're doing, guys. It's going to take a bit of time, but it's a biggie. Hello, Riker. Yeah, I needed them to be pretty big. Pretty good, yeah, pretty good. We've still got an hour to go, an hour-ish or so. If I can, I usually do a 6-hour stream, but the last 5 hours just absolutely flew by, Riker. But it's always the same. If you're doing something interesting or something different, you know, figuring it out can be immersive. I've done the Wisplight thing here. I don't like overusing them because they take a lot, you know. You know, they take a lot from it. And the noise is really... If you could switch the noise off, it's irritating. Now, let's get some rest. And I'll show you what we've been up to here, guys. Well, this will be a biggie. Yeah, exactly. I hate refueling those things. I'll be probably in the main hall here. I'll be using those headlights from the vendor. So that will cut into a treasury a little bit, I'd say. So, our front door will be here. We're going down a large hallway. There's a lot of decorating and finishing on this yet. We'll be getting our throne up here. And then you'll have that red jute runner carpet, you know, running down. And a kind of feasting hall kind of atmosphere running in these two. With a large fireplace. Well, it'll probably be something like this here. But I'm not too happy about the piece of wood. So we'll see if I can change it some way. And I still have to do the windows inside. So that will be the downstairs. I'm not sure what I'm going to put upstairs. But there's a huge walkway as well. 2 staircases, one each side. Something like this. And then that will be running up to a pretty large build here. I want to do something different in the center. Depends, you know. I don't know how strong this is going to be once I get to the center. It's a pity I couldn't put those glass panes flat down. I wouldn't mind a glass roof here. You know, something like that. Yeah, that would be handy. Yeah. That would be handy. Yeah. Some of the builds it works out. It works out in the stone builds. But with this marble, you wouldn't be using a ton, you know. And a lot of hot tubs. Yeah, that would be something. So, this is what it looks like outside, guys. I did a reasonable amount of terraforming on this. But I like the shape so far. But once the rest of the castle is up, you know, it'll be more visual. But I use a kind of old design on the castle, the cross shape. I'm nearly sure it was used in the early days of the Templars. Yeah, and what I might do is I might dig a 1 meter trench around here in a square so it can kind of jump, you know. And I might put a little stands here for ballistas in marble. Oh, that would be interesting as well. I might have to take that rock out down there. But out from that, it's not too bad outside. And definitely do something with the walkways. And lighting. I'm not sure if this base could take that much lighting. But, you know, once it's almost finished, I'll check the lighting and see. It might be able to handle it. But you're talking about a ton. An absolute ton of lighting. Oh, why thank you, Solar. So you can see how I'm going with the walkways. To be honest, I don't even know where I could manage the lights. It would have to be here. Well, it's hard to know. I'm not too happy with that. I might change that a little later. And of course we'll have to use dark wood to kind of hide that one. It's not that hard. Xbox is, you know, handling it pretty good. It's a combination of your hardware and of course the game itself. But, you know, sleeping every chance you get, the game allows you, really helps. Solar. You know, I did some large enough builds, let's say, on the likes of Fallout 4. But yeah, they get a bit of lag on some of them. What can you do? But the game has a lot of memory leaks, you know. Not the greatest to build on, let's say, for stability. But then you've got so much, other stuff to do with NPCs, and there's a lot of stuff on that. So, tell me, Riker, what were you streaming? And my apologies. Once I start yapping, I don't know when to stop. Were you doing some Valheim or maybe something else? But yeah, the stream, pretty good, pretty good. Just getting to grips with this and the heavy stuff. If I can get this up, then I can do something with the windows, and only then I can see about the centerpiece. I would obviously like to go up a bit more, but I think I've maxed it, you know. So I'll have to come up with some kind of design for that. Now, let's carry on a little bit. We bring up some metal, is it? What do we like for wood? Oh, we've got the wood downstairs as well. Let's bring up some of that. And then we go for a metal. We have a good bit of junk here. We have the room. Now, how long have we got? We still got 40 minutes. We get as much of this as we can done. I should have a good bit of it done, but I've been kind of balancing my time with getting the marble as well. So that's kind of tedious. But our top priority is our framework. Oh. Okay, got it. I knew there was one of those guys off. There was just something about it. Yeah, the old eyesight has taken a hit over the years, I'm afraid. There we go. Ah, you little... Did I just put that on one that was already... I did. There. Okay, so we need 8 to finish that, so let's say 18. Oh, we've only got 15. Fair enough. Come on. I'm not too bad. We're getting there, guys. Slowly but surely. Oh, metal again. Well, this is going to be a constant thing for a while. It is, isn't it? But it's repetitive when you do it on this scale. I'd like to get it over with. But large builds are always pretty repetitive. The decorating can be a nightmare sometimes. Now I'll just get some thing to drink, guys. I've been trying to flush a kidney stone. I have to go back again, I think the 6th of next month. A couple of weeks. To get some more treatment for it. Yeah, just trying to kind of flush it. It was pretty small, but those are the ones, strangely enough, solar, that cause the most pain. The huge kidney stones, not so much. The smaller ones, you know, like a kind of spray can, you get that ball bearing shaking around. Can give you a little nick here and there, cause a lot of kidney infections as well, and a lot of back pain. I'd say that's what's been killing my back for so long as well. Yeah, it's a combination of a lot of things, solar. Well, your diet, obviously. Not as much as you might think. More so what you drink, obviously. Food has not much effect, but still some. The water table in your area is probably the most important. You know what it's like. And if you drink, let's say, the water from your town, you know, whether it be coffee or whatever the case may be. And then there's genetics as well. You know, even that plays a part. So there's a good few factors. Well, it's pretty much the same with almost everything, isn't it? Oh, thank goodness I never had gallstones. Oh my. But it wouldn't really make a difference. I knew a guy, let's say... No, he had... The food he consumed, let's say, was pretty healthy. You know, water, all of that stuff. Exercised regularly, kept super fit. Didn't overdo it. Yeah, he was even worse than me, you know. He would be guaranteed to every few years to have kidney stones. So, obviously it drops the odds, you know. But, you know, it's not the only factor. It's like you hear of, oh yeah, there. You hear of, let's say, you know, put it this way. I knew this guy, again, he would jog 6-7 miles every day. Pretty fit, you know what I mean? Dropped dead in his mid-30s from a heart attack, out jogging. Overdid it, I'd say. But this was the 90s. We didn't know too much that time. You know, that regularly pushing yourself thing is not great. So less of that and more kind of aerobics, you know? Yeah, yeah. You know, that's a lot of impact on your body. It's okay to do it an odd time, but this guy would do it every day. And yeah, he was super fit, right up until it killed him. you know. Well, obviously, he was always going to have some kind of heart condition. But had he not done that, it might have been a slower progression. It might have been detected, and he might have getting something done. Yeah, yeah. But those times we didn't really understand that, Sora. You know what I mean? So more aerobics, breathing exercises, low stress, low impact, that kind of thing. Now running in odd time is okay, you know, but anything in moderation to a certain extent is okay. But it goes to show you too. There's my sister, for instance. Never drank, never smoked, ate food, let's say pretty healthy, you know, stayed single all of her life, never had any stress and worries about family or anything like that. She worked as a registered nurse. Um, Noticed a kind of rough patch of skin on her scalp. Went to her doctor. Doctor said, "Oh, it's only a harmless." One second, I get out of this noise. God, the noise in this game. Said it was just a harmless papilloma. He said, when you're showering, just use a rough towel and, eventually, just break off and, whatever. Just a rough patch of skin. But after about 4, 5, 6 months, it wasn't going away. And she was starting to get concerned about it. So she went back to the doctor again, but he was out on a holiday. So a locum, a stand-in doctor, was there. The second he seen it, he sent her to a specialist, and she had a very, very rare form of skin cancer. So if the other doctor had done what the first doctor did, she might have had a chance. But no, he just brushed it away. And within about 14 weeks, she passed away because of it. Yeah. So you have no real protection. Yeah, but remember what a doctor is, Solar. A lot of people, um, you know, don't understand. A doctor is like kind of triage, in a sense. They're not an expert on anything. They're basically a nurse, you know what I mean? So they're there, so when you go to a doctor, you know, he decides whether you go to hospital or not. Because if we hadn't got those guys, you can imagine what way the hospitals will be. So what he should do is, especially if he doesn't understand, is he should set you up with a specialist. That's why we have them. You know what I mean? So he should have set her up with a dermatologist, you know, to sort that one out. But he brushed it away. Or sorry, she brushed it away. Not that it makes a difference. Out of hand. So remember, they're not always right, and they're just playing a guessing game and doing the odds. So if you have a problem, a pain or whatever the case may be, and you go to your GP, your doctor, and they brush it out, say, oh, it's okay. And if it persists for any length of time and you're not happy, remember, always seek a second opinion and demand to see a specialist. Because, you need, if there's something wrong, you need to identify it quickly. The quicker you identify it, the better chances you have. Every week that goes by is another percentage point. Mm. Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But doctors are kind of lazy like that, in a sense. But then again, I suppose, if they were to send to everyone, it would overload the system. But it's kind of cold, you know. So I think, to a certain extent, we should be more mindful, knowing how the system goes. Yeah, yeah, they could have. It was horrible. Eventually it spread to her face and it petrified her skin as hard as iron. But she did hear from the doctors again. They wanted her to donate her body to medical science so they could study it. She told them literally where to go. Yeah, she literally told them where to go. You know, weren't too concerned, let's say, before she had it, and then, wanted to put her in a jar. Imagine that. I would never donate my body to science. I've seen so many stories and seen so many things that say how, the whole thing is treated. There's people actually making money off your debt. They've got no morals whatsoever. I can understand if it was guaranteed to make some kind of breakthrough or help someone. Yeah, I'd be all for that. But a lot of people would sign up and do that thinking they're helping in some way. And their parts are just sold like pieces of meat in a butcher's stall. And sold to anyone as well, apparently. Horrible. I really should look into that a bit more. But no, I'll be going the same way as my ancestors. We've got 7 generations of us buried in, the same place. That's where I'll be heading to. With your back, oh. One morning I couldn't get out of bed, so I saw a chiropractor, and they did an x-ray and said my spine was just misaligned and needed adjustments. So we did that for months and the pain got worse. So finally I saw a surgeon and they did an MRI. That's where you should have going the first time. And 2 lower discs were completely ruptured. Oh my god. Oh, definitely. Yeah, he did more damage. Yeah. The MRI was the way to go. The second I had my problem, I went for the MRI as quickly as I could. You know what I mean? Now, my pain manifested, strange enough, in my hip, like it is now, so it could be something from my neck injury that's doing it again. So, obviously you would think something happened to your hip, but unfortunately, that's almost never the case. They got to the stage where it was mind-numbingly, it was just a nightmare. And, yeah, I got a full body MRI, full body scan, and I picked up the problem. Just right on the nape of my neck. I have what they called what was it called again? A bulged disc. Yeah, pushing inwards on my spinal cord. Yeah, it's only later. And then, pretty young to be having those problems. How did you manage it, Sora? You must have been doing something. Either it was a nasty accident or you led a pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty heavy work for that age. Might have lifted something, that did the damage. That's what happened to me. I'm surprised I lasted so long, to be honest. But yeah, usually it's around my age those problems set in. With those decades of wear and tear. Construction. That would do it. Yeah. Yeah, and being young, your body can take it. And the only kind of hint you have there's something wrong is when something really bad happens, and then it's too late. Oh, yeah. That would definitely do it. That would definitely do it. But that's the way it is, really, Let's say if you're doing something that's physically demanding. And it's good, it keeps you fit and keeps you happy, strangely enough, in a strange way. You know, you get used to it and you don't feel it anymore. But your body is, feeling it, and it's getting excessive wear and tear. And then eventually, just like a car, that has a lot of mileage, except you're putting up a lot of mileage on your body, and then bang, you know? And then there's no warnings. Well, there wasn't for me at least. There's no stop this now or there's going to be trouble. It's just head gasket, gone. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I was fine the day before. Did some really silly stuff. Woke up in the morning, I had a tiny pain in my hip. It felt like a bruise. Carried on working, of course. Woke up the next morning. It was pretty nasty. So I said, okay, I pulled a muscle, you know. Day after that, it was mind-numbingly bad. So I said, okay, I probably tore a muscle. I'll wait it out. Yeah, I really don't go to the doctor as much as I should. And this went on for no joking about a month. I was lying on floors, literally screaming. Too stubborn to go. But got out of bed one morning, looked at my legs and noticed that one was I lost about maybe 40ish. About 1/3 of mass. So I knew it was atrophy. Straight away, I knew it was atrophy. So I knew it was some kind of spinal damage. That scared me. So I got my stubborn backside up and I went to my GP. GP referred me to a specialist. First of all, despite my insistence, they did an MRI, in the hip area where the pain was. I think they were looking for a tumor solar. So they prioritized that. I suppose I can't blame them in a way. It did cross my mind, to be honest. But I kind of knew what it was. But that failed anyway, so within the next 3-4 days, I had the full body scan and they pinpointed a problem. It was a bulge disc, on my neck, around the nape of my neck area. So I seen another specialist from Belgium, I think he was from, and we had a discussion after, examinations and the usual stuff, and the operation was, to put it mildly, extremely dangerous. He said there was 3 outcomes. My pain would be about 20% less, and that was the best outcome. Let's say the next outcome would be it'd be twice as bad, and the next one was paralyzed from the neck down. Nice, great options, all 3. But he said if I can withstand the pain, yes, from the neck down, to do so. He didn't want to do the operation unless it was absolutely vital. They had nothing to lose, where it was looking like that's how it was going anyway, and they give it a shot. But stop it, guys. But it would require them taking a piece from my hip and, pushing it in there and wiring it up. Now, another thing about taking a piece from my hip, I'm getting old, so the possibility then, let's say, of getting a hip replacement would be massively increased. And that is a nasty operation. I've known 2 people who had that, and both of them died within 3 years because of complications from blood clots. So that was another thing to look into. So I've been dealing with the pain without any painkillers. Although they keep insisting I use these opiates, but as long as I can keep going like this, and this is why I mostly stream and game. It gives me a distraction. It takes the edge off, strangely enough, from that kind of nasty pain. Yes. Yes. Exactly. I've been dealing with it for as long, or maybe a little longer, more like a decade for me. Yeah. So you know exactly what I mean. But let's say in the early days. Oh, it's a pity we don't have it here, you know. I might consider trying it. But I am interested in the resin from that. Let's say that doesn't give the high, just gives the pain relief. I forget what it's called. Is it CPD or something? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Now, I could get it in vape form, but it's disgusting. I've been looking for it, the drops you put in food, but I haven't found it here yet. But I will eventually get to it. I can still deal with the pain, you know. It's surprising what you can learn to live with solar when you have to. Yeah, well, that's my story. I think there's so many of us in that boat. But the longer you live, the more chance, you're going to wind up with a similar condition. Yeah, yeah. Very anti alternative medicine. Yeah, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that Big Pharma has it stitched up, because the prices here, let's say for medication, would be much, much lower than the US and other ones. So the government tends to shop around and bargain with them, and to a certain extent they're not exactly in their pocket. Let's say like other countries. That's because of the public health system. You know what I mean? Because it would be senseless to give them too much leeway, because it's the government that's going to be paying them. Whereas when it's private healthcare, all they've got to do is be friendly with the right guys to let some kind of bill pass through, where they can raise the price of healthcare and medication sky high, and it's not coming from the government or the politicians, and they're probably getting some kind of cut somewhere down the line. I know I'm being skeptical, but when the government takes the best part of the bill and has to pay it from taxes, yeah, they'll do their job. If it doesn't enrich them. Yeah. It's a good system, you know what I mean? It's been standard here since the late 40s, you know what I mean? Now, we do give a little bit more in taxes, solar, but we get much more back, let's say. A lot of people, the prices we give for things. Let's say a guy on the same wage as a guy in the US, at the end of the year, he can live exactly the same. And because of the healthcare system and some other things as well, even though he might, in some cases, get a little less money and pay more taxes, he has more to spend. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand that. They'll look at a kind of weekly thing. But if you look at the big picture, you know, you know. And there's a good few work laws in place here. You know, if someone is full-time and if they take some sick leave or for maternity leave, it's absolutely illegal to sack them. You know, we've got some good things in place. It could be improved. I'm not saying it's the best in the world, it's far from it. I think the French have a way better system. There is people that say that it will be taken advantage of. Of course it will. A little bit, you know. But if you look at the big picture, it's a better system for everyone. Mm. Mm. Politicians tend to be... It's like a wrestling match. You know, they're fighting each other in the ring, and then, you know, they go to the bar and they're all together and they're all friends laughing at how to pull a fast one on the audience. That's how I look at politicians. Mm. Mm. Pretty much, yeah. Well, that's the system. That's the system that's been used, let's say, not just in politics, but from country to country. And it's always been the way. You know, if you let people fight amongst themselves, divide and conquer, basically. You know, the last thing, you know, any politician wants to do is come up against a united front. You know, if people are in small numbers and small groups, and they can be brushed away quite easily. Not so easy to do. Let's say if you know people are all on the same page. But if you could get everyone on the same page, you know, things would change dramatically. If enough people wanted something, it would have to be done. It's just the propaganda. It's unbelievable, you know. Now, socialism is not an answer to everything, but in some aspects of a country and government, you need a certain amount of it. You know, going full socialist would be a disaster, but a balance, you know, like everything, there needs to be a balance. Yeah, that's the way it goes, you know. Yeah, oh, that's good. Well, that's good. Like here, let's say, in my country, because of my injury, I can get free public transport, trains, buses, anything like that. But I would have qualified for it anyway, I think in my, around now anyway, you know. When you get old as well, you know. Then there's state pensions and there's that, and, you know, you'll never lose your house to bills or something like that, the roof over your head. You know, that's never done. Unless you get into gambling or something like that, or speculation, but then it's your own fault, really. Mm. Ah, the Boston Tea Party. Politics is pretty complicated, and people tend to be very tribal these days about it. But like you, I kind of lump up all politicians in one way or another. Anarchy might be a bit strong. Anarchy kind of gives the impression that you want chaos. You know what I mean? Like Mad Max. Like you're doing some kind of Mad Max movie. Transparency, you know. Um, you'd like to see where your money goes. You'd like to see more being put into education, healthcare, infrastructure, you know, percentage-wise at least. And yeah, you know, maybe most governments are a bit top-heavy in a sense where they've got too many people basically doing the same job. streamline it a bit, and make sure if somebody is not doing their job like a private company, yeah, they get ousted, and somebody who knows what they're doing will take their place. Unless less nepotism, more government. Oh yeah, more problems. Basically got people doing the same thing and more red tape. Start to streamline stuff, like make the tax system a little more straightforward and easier, where you don't have to go and pay some guy to, sort that out. Oh, it's necessary, of course. But it gets to the stage in some countries where government act more like aristocracy. The government is supposed to serve the people and we're supposed to be their bosses. But if you talk to the lowest government employee, they've got a superiority complex, like they're some part of a gang or something, and it's horrible. I've seen it everywhere, and they're not really accountable for the mistakes. If you make X amount of mistakes and you're hired by a private company, yeah, we can really make tons of mistakes in government, and you're pretty much, it's like a gang, isn't it, really? It's bad news, it is. You need enough government, don't get me wrong. And hi, Lucas. Hope you've been well. But that's just my opinion. That's all it is, an opinion, really. But I think when you pay your taxes and do your dues, that, you should benefit from that. Not some corporation. Not some greedy politician. Or not some... No. Silly waste of money. The Federal Reserve. Well, I know they call it the Federal Reserve, but if I can remember my history right, it is a private entity, isn't it? Wasn't it set up during the Great Depression by three of America's richest men, Rockefeller being one, I think? Yeah. It's always considered to be like a government, but I don't think... Yeah. Well, that's a kind of... Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know that much about it. But, yeah, I think that's how it works. I think it was done during the Great Depression. You had one president there who was on the right track. But the problem is, once a president loses his office, the whole thing can be reversed. I think it might have been Eisenhower after the war. He started a massive work system. I think he employed about 3 or 4 million. He wanted to do much more, but Congress stopped him. They did your national parks, the Hoover Dam, that kind of stuff. Now that was something, people were getting paid, the money was being spent within the country and being circulated as it should. Your infrastructure was getting fixed, some really nice things were getting done. I thought that was a good idea. It is a money pit, yeah. Oh, nice. I appreciate that. But that was Eisenhower. Oh, I think it was Eisenhower. But I think nobody could complain about that. You had Americans working, spending their money in the States, going around, let's say, the money being circulated. And, you got your parks and you got your infrastructure fixed. And it was controlled by the government, so you were cutting out the kind of private contractor who would be making those billions. putting them in offshore accounts, avoiding tax. So the money was going back into the government and being circulated the way it should be. Really? Yeah. I just remember reading it from history. But we've seen that stock market thing play over and over and over again. You know, there was certain things put in place, you know, to stop that from happening, where these banks, you know, if you put money in deposit, it couldn't be used, let's say, for literally gambling, you know, for speculation on markets, you know. So there was two types of banks. But before the Depression there wasn't, and then when that Depression, you know, happened because of it, you know, they changed it to that, and that worked. You know, that kept the wolf away from the door for a while. But I think it was Reagan who started it off, stripping back the laws, and I think Clinton put the final nail in the coffin. And I could be wrong here, guys. So basically, you know, they could use your money, let's say, for speculation. And you see what happened with, you know, back in 2008 because of this. Oh yeah, the reserve is pretty powerful. But I could be wrong with the presidents there. But if you put money on deposit, guys, it should not be used, you know, as a casino chip. That's right, yeah. Ronald Reagan. That was Hinckley, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm nearly sure that was Hinckley. It ricocheted, didn't it? And, no, flattened out and got him in the armpit. He was lucky. Yeah? Not to mention you'd have to have bodyguards for the rest of your life. And your family, probably. I'd imagine you'd make a lot of enemies. Guys, let's say, that hold a grudge for a long time. Yes, I totally agree. There was a gold standard. Exactly. But I think it was that time, it was 50%, wasn't it? Then it was whittled down, eventually it was 15. But, you know, the gold reserves that the US has, as far as I know, are gone. So it's trust in paper now, trust in governments. There was a time, I think it might have been Eisenhower again, I could be wrong, where everyone in the US was basically forced to sell their gold for market price to the government, obviously excluding wedding rings and sentimental stuff, but they had to sell their gold. Well, for fair market price. But once it got into the government, let's say, and when there was a shortage of gold, the whole price skyrocketed. The likes of that stuff, and, you know, all the stuff, let's say, there was a huge gold reserve in the US, in Fort Knox, I think. But I think you can't view it, you know, politicians can't view it anymore. I think the common belief is, let's say, there's not a lot in there now. But it doesn't really matter anymore. Economies now are really based on oil, you know. But a gold standard was, yeah, you know, you'd have to, basically your money was a receipt, you know, that the government was holding in safekeeping, you know, some kind of precious metal or something to back it up. But then again, precious metals and stones, yeah, they kind of fluctuate as well. But at least they're real. Yeah, I think that's the common belief. But we're never going to find that one out. Mm. Oh yeah. But here it's not as complicated as that. Okay. We need some iron. Oh, I think we have some... Oh, we have. We got 15. Cool. Well, that's cool. We are getting there with a vengeance. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, well, a lot of the money is basically... You see, banks are strange, Solar. Debt is considered to be money. There's not really much real money floating around. It gets, just circulated so much. The credit card debt and that, you know, is considered to be, that's propping up most banks, which is kind of pretty dependent, let's say, on an economy or, when disaster strikes. The whole credit card thing is so greedy, you know, and it does a lot of damage when it does fall through. But that's capitalism, in a nutshell. You get this kind of booming kind of thing, then you get a cooling off, then you get a complete collapse, and then you get it starting all over again. It's happened many, many, many times in history. It just eats as much as it can until there's no more. It's like a black hole, you know. Yeah, but every time you do, it devalues, doesn't it, currency? The more you print, the less your money's worth. That can have some serious consequences, you know. Exactly, and starts to run. Yeah, scaring and yeah, and stuff like that. Exactly. But that's kind of in threat now because of a lot of fairly recent events, you know. And if things don't kind of set back in line, there is unfortunately a small possibility that, the Dao, the Chinese currency, might take its spot. Only gold. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That was always a risk. You know, China has grown these past 3 decades. Ooh, that's a dodgy one, Lufkus. You're talking about digital currency where you would have a card, and if you bought something, it goes on the card, you get paid, it goes into your card. Every single money transaction will be digital. Oh, the government would really have you on that one, I'm afraid. That is too much like Big Brother for me. That would be the last straw. Oh, we shouldn't let that one happen. You're talking about something that even George Orwell couldn't think up there. Imagine, imagine that. You know, they know what you buy, they know what you get, they know everything. That could be exploited a lot, Solar. That, as far as I'm concerned, is unacceptable. I wouldn't be letting that one happen. If you let that one slide by, ooh. I can see changes coming. They're in a lot of trouble with their citizens if they keep pushing like that. You know what I mean? A lot of trouble. Mm. They're tracking you from a satellite, Solar. They'll probably send some kind of spook after me. I wish them luck. Put me out of my misery. Oh. Nah, they don't care. I think it's time we got out our tinfoil hats, Solar, you know that? It's to protect us from those satellites. Ah. What do we like for wood? Not a lot. Well, we can use some of it. Yeah, I think we still have some metal down here. We have enough for another 10-ish pieces, a dozen maybe. We've got the vast majority of them up. It'll give me something to do later today. Big build. Yes. Yes. Totally agree, Lucas. And with you too, Solar. And I hope you enjoy your day. Have a good one, Solar. And take care. Bye. Yeah, that is a good way of describing it. To a certain extent, yeah. Willful ignorance. Well, not just... Well, I'm talking in generally about everywhere. You see, sometimes there is people that might be able to make a difference. But we tend to have the mind that if it doesn't affect us too much, you know, we just keep a low profile. You know? But, you know, every time I see something like that, let's say where people don't speak out because it doesn't affect them directly, you know, it might affect someone that would consider to be, which I never subscribe to, a lower class, you know, whether it be their wages or whatever the case may be. I keep thinking of that, and I forget who quoted it first. What was it again? First they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Now they come for me, and there's no one left to speak out. I think it was a German author. I think it would have been the late 30s in Germany. I think who said that. hard times. I forget his name. But then again, you see, if you stick your head up and you're afraid of the pushback, and yeah, you probably would get a lot of pushback. Nice. Okay. That side is pretty much done, and we have a few here, we'll just use them up. What time is it? Oh my. Okay, I'm past my 6 hours. I can get rid of these anyway. And that's it, we're gone for wood. I can sort this out later, I'd say. Oh, I mean really gone for wood. Lucky we had a good supply of wood, or I mean iron. But I've almost got my framework up, but this is just a start. I've got to tie in on the top, and there's a lot of marble to do. So what I'll do is, people don't read the fine print in bills, yeah. You only see the celebrity on TV selling the bill on an ad, yeah. They don't really look into much, Unless something affects someone directly and are hard, they only seem to take notice then. Which is always too late. Yeah, people need to be more mindful. They need to see stuff like that coming a mile away. But, as you said, they're too involved in selfies and TikTok and, the unimportant stuff. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, alright. So, I think I will leave it here, guys. But I will be back tomorrow at the same time. I'm about 20 minutes longer than I usually am. My hip is starting to give me trouble. But if I get some rest now, it shouldn't be too bad. So what I'll do is... But I did get my 6 hours, so I'm happy with that. We'll get a raid going, and we'll raid some of our friends. Hopefully some will be streaming. And you too, Corin. And take care. And stay safe. I hope you have a great day. And take care of yourself, Corin. And have a good one. So I'll try and do a little bit of grinding on this today, if I can find the time. I should. Yeah, but I think for the meantime I should get some rest and get some weight off this leg. My foot is starting to swell a lot. I think it's some kind of... I don't know, to be honest. It's with my doc, and my blood pressure is apparently high. We'll see. Oh, me too. Yeah, I'll be asleep shortly. So, have a good one, Corin, and thanks for stopping by. Hello, Toby. I'll be with you in a moment. My doggo. My little doggo. Here, sit up here. We're going to do this raid. And then we'll play, and we'll watch TV. And I'll give you treats, okay? Yeah, then you'll get your treats. You good dog. Yeah. Now, can you see this? You can. Okay. And you too, Lucas. And Sláinte. Have a good one. Slán agus Bannacht. And of course, Solar, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. And let's see what's that. And thanks for the raids and follows tonight, guys. Appreciate it. And of course, Tigger and Hufflepuff. Granny Vat, Spa, Parry, and Terry. Have a good one, ladies, and thanks for hanging out. Also, let's see what else we have here. Message board is my best way. Oh, there was, yeah, Riker as well. Thanks for stopping by, Riker, raiding and following. Appreciate it. I'll be sure to visit your channel later when I get the time. And thanks for the follow, Sleepy Gamer. And again, guys, welcome to the community. And of course, Danny Atkins. Have a good one, Danny. And I think we mentioned Corn. Oh, that's my message board. I know I'm going to miss a ton. I'm usually 100% relying on the message board because I can't remember who was on. So I've missed quite a few, I think. So my apologies to whomever I've missed and to everyone who was watching. Appreciate it, guys. And hi, Smoking Mechanic. And thanks again. Or sorry, thanks for following. I'm getting tired and I'm starting to mumble. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. So, yeah, back tomorrow at the same time. Now, I might be missing the 6th of next month. I've got an appointment with some guys for this lithotripsy, I think, this time. So it's a minor procedure, but, you know, that might hold me in. I doubt it. But I might be a bit sore after, so we'll see. I think I might be able to make it. But just in case I don't show up on the 6th. So, okay. Again, guys, I hope you have a great day and stay safe. So, let's see who's streaming. Okay. Stayed. Oh, from Riker's raid. Have a great night. Look into I definitely will, yeah. I've been trying to find it here, but it's very, very hard to find. You know, we're very behind at times here. You know, we're all kind of big pharma, you know. But I've been shopping around. I can get the vape stuff, Smoking Mechanic, but that's horrible. Yeah. I want that, you know, the other stuff would have no kind of narcotic effect, but might do something for my pain. And the rubs as well, that sounds good. Yeah, I think my best bet would be the internet. Although, it can be dodgy, the internet, well, a lot true. You know, the stuff that really needs to be here. Yeah, and thanks for the tip, Mechanic, and thanks again for following. I appreciate it. Hi, Stephen. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. We're just getting ready to raid. I hope you have a great day. So, let's see who's streaming. I need to get some sleep pretty quick, guys. I'm starting to get dizzy and groggy and I'm starting to mumble. So, let's see who's streaming.